Alright everybody, welcome back to another stream of Fear the Old Lore. Yesterday we went through pretty much all of Anor Londo, did the things that we could with Aldrich, and then we kind of finished off with Sirris' questline. So I actually reloaded the save to go back to the beginning, well not like the very beginning, but to go back to where we left off with Sirris. So this time I just kind of want to see what'll happen if Hadra kills her. I don't think anything would happen, but I'm not sure, so just going to give that a little bit of a test run as we go into it. Also, it's kind of fun to just start off with some mock PvP action to kick off the stream. So welcome back, everybody. SG, nice to see you in, and Gabriel as well. Hope you're all having a good day. Depending on where you are in the world, the weekend's pretty much starting on Friday, so... Venom says, time for Ocelot. Yeah, so today we're going to go through the Consumed King's Garden and hopefully, what's it called? The Untended Graves.
I finally found you. Just as I promised, Grandad. Remember?
I forgot to hit record, but I remembered, thankfully. I even have a checklist now, so I remember what the hell I need to do on these streams. Wow. I guess she doesn't say anything, so that just makes things a bit more difficult. Oh, I returned to the world. Okay. So, that'll be cool. At least we get more footage, maybe, of her talking again. Although, we got a decent amount of it yesterday. So he can just beast people. It's crazy. Day Warlord, welcome back to the stream. It's nice to see you again. And Mortis Volt says, time for old King Doran, but less overpowered. I guess I should have looked down there to see if we could even see Hadric. I mean, probably not because we're being summoned to Sirris' world. But as we were talking about this yesterday, Hadric is her grandfather. He's amongst the mound makers, and he's gone hollow.
I finally found you. Just as I promised, Grandad. Remember?
I tried to jump as well, but I was way late. Surprised that wasn't a backstab. Oh. I'm surprised I missed that. Okay. Alright, I'll play a little bit better. So, Breeson, welcome back. You said the sunset armor is so cool looking. And, oh, yeah, hey, Nightbot. Hadric is overpowered. You love that bonk you get from the counter hits. You see the video of Endgame, or New Game Plus 7, Hadric shredding low-level players? No, I haven't. Yeah. I was surprised he was able to one-shot me, because, since I'm playing HUDless, I have like a ton of HP. Don't think... Yeah, there's no indication of Hadric in our world, which isn't too surprising, but it's cool we could look at it from over here. Plus, Hadric will parry the crap out of you? Oh, really? I don't think he's parried me, although, I mean, it might be a little bit more difficult to parry the greatsword.
I finally found you. Just as I promised, Grandad. Remember?
Well, he broke the poise of that. Oh. as I was just saying that it might be hard. Damn! 2 parries in a row, this dude's a god. Don't let him get that, because then he'll one-shot us. Oh, rip. After I talked shit about him parrying. That's funny. Oh, and I didn't get my souls, wherever they were. Oh, I don't think you actually lose them when you invade, now that I remember. Think about it. So yeah. Mortis says he parried you 10 times before you could kill him in your current run. Okay, maybe not that many times, but it's still a lot. I mean, he just got 3 off like it was nothing after just talking shit about him, so he must have heard us, I guess. Something like that. And Merkington, welcome back. I don't remember if I actually welcomed you back. So yeah, welcome to the stream again. And you said this gives you flashbacks to fighting the Black Phantoms with the Dragon Bone Smasher.
I finally found you. Just as I promised, Grandad. Remember?
It doesn't help that I'm whiffing all of my attacks right now. Those trades, though. Oh, that's not cool. That's doubly not cool. He was probably going to kill her if I didn't interrupt that. Oh. I could have dodged, but after Sirris died and I didn't finish him quickly enough, I knew it wasn't going to happen, so. Professor Gomez, welcome back. You said you got here early today. Greetings. Hope you have a great stream. Thank you. It's nice to see you again. And SG said, I told you yesterday backstabbing is the way to go in Dark Souls 3. Yeah, it really is. Even in Dark Souls 1 especially, but... It's kind of funny, like, this dude is giving me way more problems than, like, the invaders that we had in Farron Swamp. And El Gusto, welcome back. You said, praise the sun, my good hunters, I'm on time-ish. Yeah. Podrick is a monster, what can you say?
I finally found you. Just
It'd be kind of fun to solo him, honestly.
Remember?
So I whiffed the crap out of that. Well, not whiffed, but I totally missed that opportunity. Returning the favor, finally. Oh, that's not good. I didn't have the stamina to jump faster. Now he's wounded.
Good night, Grandad.
Alright, so that was a pretty decent ending, I think. So, GG to Hodrick, he was definitely a beast. Professor says he killed you both like in any PvP fight. Parry the Parry King. Maybe if she'd stop walking and get a move on, she'd do better. Yeah. And so now with Hodrick done, we can go back down, get his cool armor set, and I think we can see here Sirris again in Firelink Shrine. Always really trippy when you drop down like a huge area in these games. Losing some frames, it looks like. Annoying. We get the sunset set. And we already checked that out yesterday, so I'm just going to go back to the shrine. Venom says, YouTuber violently beats innocent grandfather. Are video gamers or video games making out children into murderers? Yo, you can survive that? Well, apparently, I mean, we've done it consistently the past few days. It surprised me as well. So now we get the other portion of Sirris' dialogue to look at. It's better to do it from like... No, I have to be on the steps? Okay. Rip. It's kind of annoying how it like shifts you even when you just use them without like moving. I think we're gonna need to redo that again. Well, I'll try to make this one work.
Oh, there you are. I'm afraid I've involved you in my affairs over a little promise at that. My sincerest thanks for your assistance. At last, my grandfather will rest in peace, and I can die. But there is one last. May I take a vow to serve you as a knight? Yes, of course. I am afraid I have overstepped my bounds, but if you might ever reconsider and allow me to avow myself to you, do not hesitate to speak up. Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
It's interesting that it kind of cut off her line. Like, I can't press anything while I'm zoomed in, like, with this binoculars, so it just lost the thing in her dialogue, I guess.
Oh, hello there. May I avow myself to you as a faithful knight, yours and true. Oh, I am most grateful. I, Sirris, do hereby serve as your faithful knight. Wherever, whenever I am needed. My loyalty shall never waver. Blessing of the moon upon your journey. If I may ever be of assistance, I am your knight forever and true. Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
I cut off that line too. It's kind of weird.
If I may ever be of assistance, I am your knight forever and true.
Interesting.
Bless.
So yeah, that's pretty much it for her questline. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
My vows.
You guys know what that means. We're gonna reload, actually. So, yeah, that was all the stuff with Sirris for now. I don't think she has anything after that, so now we can do like all of the Leonhard stuff once we fight Hodrick again. I guess I should have just killed her at the end of the last stream. I just didn't think about it because I forgot. So, actually downloading and not uploading, that's the real key thing to do right now. Okay, so going back to the chat. We see Professor Gomez says, didn't know you could do that with this NPC. You only knew about the fight where she grants you the cat ring at Irithyll. Okay, yeah, it is really easy to miss that. Like, why would you go back to the tree? Maybe if you were doing it on like a later, or like if you left him for later on purpose. I could see how someone could discover that, but that's just kind of one of the things that's a little bit annoying about these games at times. Just like how little information you're given to kind of figure out how some of those quests progress. So Gabriel says, you think you can get a shield in a grave? The Greatwood Arena has a mound made of bones. Yeah, that's the Mound Maker Covenant. Gabriel says you might be misremembering about the grave she's mourning at. Bone mounds are like Christmas trees to them. Brisson says, after she takes the vow, you can kill her without her fighting back. Yeah, so we just did that. And so she might have unique dialogue for doing so. It didn't really seem... I mean, it was just like my vows, so I guess you can say that's unique, but not too crazy. And Arthur Dos Santos, welcome to the stream. You said she probably left the Moon Convent when Yorshka was left in charge of it. Yeah, and so Yorshka does mention that, like, their last knight left. And since Sirris is the one who teaches us, like, the Dark Moon loyalty gesture, which we use to join that covenant, it would make sense.
Just as I promised, Grandad.
That Sirris left them, and Yorshka knew about that. And then Arthur Dos Santos says, can you imagine grinding for years to get that promotion just so the sister of your boss to get the job just because she's family? Especially since Yorshka is basically Ralph. And his buff is gone. Perfect. Bonk. He's low. Oh, wow. I thought we were both dead, essentially.
Good night, Grandad.
Cool guys don't look at explosions. Keep walking, keep walking. So yeah, we got some more of that cool footage, which is nice. Not that I don't think I even need Hodrick for anything, it's just kind of a fun fight. So, Merc says, why would the Ashen One do this? And Brisson says, not even 20 minutes in and the atrocities have already begun. Yeah, you know, I like to keep you guys on your toes. There's another ending for a questline where if you refuse her vows, she turns hollow and goes back to the hollow pit. Yeah, that's a good thing to bring up, because that's the kind of thing that I tend to forget, because I don't know Dark Souls 3 as well as the others. So it's a little bit unfortunate, like I didn't show that off maybe, but I don't know, sometimes it's, you have to really go out of your way to get that kind of thing. Which is fine, but just a little bit, I don't want to even say tedious, it's just a little bit out of the way, really. And Eldegusta says, yeah, Arthur, nepotism resulted in the boss's homeschooled sister who thinks everyone is a bird outranking you. And Merc says, no Dark Souls 3 quest is as obtuse as Hawkwood. Yeah, Hawkwood's is really rough as well.
Oh, oh, I am most grateful. I, Sirris, do hereby serve as your faithful knight. Wherever, whenever I am needed. My loyalty shall never waver. Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
So it's weird that she has like two lines that don't complete at least with the voice dialogue. So I wonder if there's a mismatch between like the voice recording sessions versus the script, or if they like revised the lines later and they just kind of didn't notice. I don't know. It's a bit weird to me. So Devin Guy, welcome back to the stream. I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself? And Saturn, welcome to the stream as well. Nice to see you both again. So Mortis says, well, time to die to Hodrick again. No, I killed him that time. And Arthur says, you wish Orshka could be a boss fight? She'd be so creepy. Yeah. Especially since she has a tail, so, like, you know, go back into the whole, tradition of cutting off tails to get weapons. Not very many souls. Maybe enough to buy something? I don't remember if I finished off all the pyromancies from Cornix. Maybe I did. I think I did. Oh no. Wait, no, yeah, we did. There's just Grey Rat, I think, that we need to do.
Oh,
and so yeah, now that we've done all of Sirris' stuff, we could mess around with, what's his name?
goodbye.
Leonhard stuff. So way earlier he gave us some of those cracked red eye orbs, and then he told us to to go kill the Darkwraith in the one, like, towards the beginning area in Lothric. I'm gonna see if I have a decent bow so I could deal with the dragon. I don't think I can. Oh, just the crossbows. Definitely. Well, I could probably, yeah, I can probably use this with the ring. Okay. Okay. So that's what we'll do next. We talk to her, finished.
If I may bless.
Okay. Am I forgetting anything else? I don't think so. So we want to go to the tower on the wall. And so yeah, down below in this tower we will find another Darkwraith. Those things are always super cool to me. But it's a little bit unfortunate we don't really get like a ton of them throughout the trilogy, but what are you gonna do? Merc says, are there any NPCs that you have to summon to finish their quest? The only one that comes to mind is Hawkwood. I think for Henri, you do. And I think in this one you also have to like invade, well, I guess if you want to count invasions as summons, I would say like Leonhard's. It's kind of similar to, oh man, who's the real asshole in Dark Souls 1 that you need to get rid of? Can't remember his name off the top of my head. I don't know if the dragon can actually hit me from here, so where's the milk ring? Oh yeah, and I never read this. Okay, it's the exact same as the other one, so it wasn't that big a deal. Wait, that's as much dex as we needed. There's our bow. So yeah, I'm gonna turn the HUD on again just to see how long this is gonna take. I have to equip it in my right hand. Okay. That missed. Okay, that's really not good. I'll go downstairs and try from the closer area. With worse, but that was also $17, so it's a little bit more damage. 91. Okay, yeah, so this should be manageable now. Okay, yeah, definitely. Especially since we also have more, what are they called? Arrows this time. Don't know why it's so easy to forget such basic words while you're streaming. Alright, so Nightbot out here roasting. So yeah, just for anybody who's listening and hasn't had a chance to actually see the Nightbot message, it says pretty much like if you see this message, straighten out your posture, you banana-shaped punk. And I mean that is literally my body shape right now. I'm shaped like a banana, hunched over like this. So Professor Gomez says, does that character ever turn against you when you get to Rosalia's covenant, even if she vows to be your knight? I think once you like finish off with her being a knight, she won't turn on you because you finished her quest line. But that's a good question. The dragon can breathe fire on the bonfire. Without Koth, Darkwraiths are an endangered species. Yeah. Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense because if they're all survivors of New Londo, I mean, survivor is probably a bit of a generous term, really. But if they were all originally from New Londo, it would make sense that over the eons, as they got killed by other people, factions, knights, whatever, their numbers would have begun to dwindle. So in a certain sense, it's a little bit of a surprise that we see so many over by the Abyss Watchers. So Lothric. Okay, yeah, that was the name I was forgetting. Thank you, guys. So Dylan Scott, welcome back to the stream. Arthur says, have I platinumed this game already? I mean, technically no. Like, the only thing I need to do is grind the Covenants, which is one hell of a grind, so I didn't do that. Yeah, but other than that, I would have platinumed it. Like, I got, I think, every weapon, like, even all the rare ones on my other character, which took forever. Sweet. It just straight up fades away into the distance. That's funny. Interesting. Okay. So, oh, he can. Okay, I see what you're saying, Mortis. He can breathe fire like on the bonfire that we were at, and you learned that the hard way. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean that kind of doesn't surprise me, to be honest. So I still can't believe like what we just did is like the quote unquote like intended strat to deal with the dragon. Let's unequip that. It's kind of crazy to me. Got the club. Remember. Another soul. And Dylan Scott says, you can join Rosaria's fingers without consequences for Sirris' quest. You believe it's only if you offer the tongues to the Covenant that causes her quest to fail. Yeah, I mean, we've already joined her Covenant, but we didn't equip it or give her the tongues. Well, I did, but I reverted that save. Because chat was like, no, you don't do that yet. Because I forgot which order Sirris' quest actually goes. So I thought I was past the point of no return, but I wasn't. Alright, so that was everything with the dragon, or the wyvern, which wasn't really a big deal. I'll get a club. And then, now we'll go deal with the Darkwraith. I've already taken some damage, so may as well just drop down. Arthur Dos Santos says, it's probably obvious, but you've never seen anybody explicitly pointing out how the Darkwraiths look so much like the Ring Knights. Maybe because their armor and weapons were made in the Abyss. I think that's a decent read on it. And just going to, I mean, this is a little bit ahead of ourselves, but it's kind of relevant. So I looked at the translation of the Ring Knight set, and when it says like that they were made in the Abyss, That's kind of true, but it took me a minute to like figure out the actual grammar on it because it was a little bit weird. But it was trying to say that the weapons are made like with it, so imbued with it, kind of. So the armor set rather is got the abyss in it, which is why it's tinged with life, is what it's trying to get at. It's a very minor detail, which is, I mean, still kind of present there in the English, but it's just kind of interesting to see what is made more explicit versus kind of just implied between the two languages. So I know I'm not going the right way, I just wanted to kill these for no reason. Okay. Devin says, the only real advantage to getting rid of the Wyvern here is some early large shards. Okay, yeah, the large shards are pretty good, especially early on. But it's something cool to have footage of, just shooting a dragon over and over, or the Wyvern. I'm always going to screw that up. And so we come to another lift, and then down below we find the Darkwraith. So maybe I want to pull out my binoculars, like look at it a bit. Because I think there's another door that you have to open before you can deal with it. Oh, maybe not. So this area is super cool, though. As we look, we can see there's a ton of corpses just kind of littering the hallway. Should probably like make this look a bit more cinematic for the footage. Because this I might actually use because it's really cool. Not how I wanted it. Okay. So Eldegoose says, aren't ring knights in prototype Darkwraith armor? Maybe. I'm not super familiar with like the designs of the armor to say. So that'll be good enough. I mean, it's not fantastic, but sometimes you don't know when stuff like that can come in handy. But yeah, this area is super cool as well. Actually, what are those things? I should probably look at these after the fact. Just look like flowers? Okay, that's the shot. That's the shot if I were to use one. Forged in the Abyss versus like forged with it. Thank you, Devin. Damn it, why do I always screw up backstabs? Oh yeah, I meant to actually like oh, that was should I save state? Damn it, I didn't actually save. Should have showed off more of its face. Whatever. Yeah, I don't want to deal with the dragon again. Rip. Wasn't thinking ahead. Okay, so yeah, we do get that other cracked red eye orb from the Darkwraith here, and so that should advance Leonhard stuff maybe? Or I think we might have to go see Rosaria and then offer her the Pale Tongue next. So these are the cracked ones, and then from the Wraith we get the full one. Arthur says, so they're basically occult weapons then. Yeah, maybe. If like the occult is like a 1-to-1 with the Abyss in these games. Oh, he does respawn? Okay, that's awesome. I didn't realize that. So you can just farm him? Can't you show off its face by getting the armor? Yeah, but I mean, I would also have to farm it. Even though I have had good luck, I haven't had, like, the thing drop. So this is the Red Eye Orb. It's a straightforward online item. Defeat the host of embers of the world you have invaded to gain the strength of fire. The Red Eye Orb is rooted in a tiny land swallowed by darkness long ago. Some choose to put the orb to other uses. To embark on this path, enter the service of Rosaria in the Cathedral of the Deep. So I don't think I ever put it together on before that, like, It essentially seems like the Darkwraiths are related to Rosaria's covenant, or maybe this Darkwraith stole this red eye orb from a finger, which is why Leonhard knew of it. Because I mean, you'd almost expect the Darkwraiths to be more affiliated with Blondor in this day and age. But I guess they're kind of like a rogue thing. But I mean, I wouldn't expect them to serve Rosaria, which is why I'm like trying to piece this together in my head right now. Maybe I should double check the cracked ones. Well, cracked red orb is far from perfect, it seems, as Ringfinger Leonhard knows all too well. Yeah, I don't even... So this one allows them at will... Oh, okay, so this one's just reusable. Okay, that's the real difference. Nothing too crazy about that. And so the other thing that I'm like kind of pondering is the significance of the eyes in the red eye orb. I don't have a lot to go on right now, so I'm going to have to think of it a little bit more later. I'm just going to go back to see if that Darkwraith does respawn, and then just get a good like close-up of him. Because it's like when a character's just standing there, stationless like that, or stationary like that, you can just get a really good look of their face. So, Red Scholar, welcome back. You said occult is just dark in Japanese, apparently. I don't remember if that was the case in Dark Souls 1. It might have been different, but I would need to double check because I don't remember off the top of my head. And then Brisson says just getting the Red Eye Orb advances his quest in the Firelink Shrine. Okay. So he should be back there when we go back, hopefully. Venom says, if you want to see the Darkwraiths, you also have the ones in Farron. Yeah, but it takes a while for them to like actually stop. Not that we couldn't do it, but we did get some of the footage of the ones over in Farron Keep. So Arthur says the Abyss and the Shadow Realm in Yu-Gi-Oh! Confirmed. And then Brisson says, the Darkwraiths are the ones that originally had the orb. Okay. So it seems like Rosaria's Covenant may have just sniped the orbs from the Darkwraiths, which is pretty crazy, because they wanted to be reborn. I don't know. Oh, he had a follow-on attack. Been a while. Sweet. Oh yeah, and we still have the milk ring on. So Brisson says you think the eyes are just a reference to the Behelit from Berserk. Yeah, that's a possibility. I'm just trying to think of like why the fingers want those specifically. Like I know they'd go to like try to get tongues from whatever, but fuck. I stepped too loudly. Actually, I might be able to de-aggro him. I doubt it. Ow. Rip. Alright, so I'll use the damn bone this time. And Venom says the Behelit from Berserk as well. Devin says the occult in Dark Souls 1 are just humans against linking of the flame, but they also have ties to Velka and stuff. And yeah, I've talked about it before, like occult is related to like heresy, if I remember correctly, and like while it calls her a rogue deity in her descriptions in Dark Souls 1, like the term that they use for it, Eton, can also mean heretic or heretical, depending on the context. So And just like as another like translation note, like going with rogue isn't necessarily like a bad choice, because like to be a heretic or heretical, you just kind of go against like the established order, so you're kind of like a rogue in that regard. So it does make sense, but sometimes like that kind of context can become more important in other situations. It's hard to reconcile that sometimes. So Arthur says, the occult flame in Dark Souls 1 explicitly said it's made of dark. Yeah, I mean, I know it's affiliated with the dark for sure. I was just trying to remember if the term for occult, like in every instance, was the same that they used for darkness. I don't remember off the top of my head. Damn it. Trying to go with the slow pain is really hard. Not trying to get a shot of its crotch. I'm just trying to... There we go. Oh. Okay, that was pretty good. I wasn't actually trying to go that slow, so it was a little bit choppy. So, I guess in post I would want to just maybe speed up some of that footage. It isn't a big deal. That's cool. That's awesome. Okay. Sweet, and we got a second dark sword of all the things to get. All right. So that worked out pretty well, actually. Pretty happy with that. Okay. So Devin says, it's obvious why the Darkwraiths kill people, but you're trying to figure out the deal with Rosaria's fingers. There has to be something besides just taking tongues for the goddess. And yeah, that's what I'm trying to, like, wrap my head around right now as well. So I might need to, like, look into that a bit more later when I can focus better and just look at a bunch of different items at once. So I should probably add that to my notes that I'm starting to keep for things that I want to check out, which I should have done a long time ago, just because I do forget pretty much exactly what I wanted to look at right after I say it on these streams. So where were we going to go now? Oh yeah, Firelink Shrine to see Leonhard. Red Eye Orb, Darkwraith, and Rosaria. Okay. Okay, so Red says, when you say occult, you just mean the infusion from Dark Souls 1? That was the character you used? So Jakyo? So Ja is like evil, like that's the same character for like the evil god in Jashin. And then Kyo is school, which can mean like a way of teaching, a faith or a belief system. So Jakyo is like the evil church, evil school, or like a heretical religion. So thank you for bringing that up, Red. I appreciate that. And so El Gusto says, eyes may be ancient artifacts from before the gods. Darkness was heretical to Gwyn's ambitions. And Mortis says, you don't know You didn't know they gave Darkwraiths a breathing sound effect? Okay. I said I'm not trying to get a shot. That ellipsis. There's the context. Red says you get it from the Dark Ember too, so it's not exactly discreet. And that's actually crazy that you used that form of discreet, because the only other time I've seen it used was improperly in Bloodborne. So yeah, it's kind of one of those words that's just kind of always going to stand out to me. So I appreciate it. Brisson says, true, genuine lore quandaries for Rosaria's fingers. What that tongue do? Maybe Rosaria is making a new race of men/gods. Tongues are kind of like grubs. And Red says, Leonhard just says that besides fetching tongues for the goddess, they're unchained and free, so they're just a bunch of murderers, really. Yeah, so yeah, hopefully we should be able to see that right now. So is he up there? I don't think so. Maybe we just can't see him yet. Okay, so he is. So, this doesn't seem like foreshadowing at all for irregulars. Reject humanity, return to grub. Praise the grub. Oh yeah, and so the other thing that I haven't looked at yet with my notes is to look up the reference to treason in the Drang armor in Dark Souls 3. So Red, yeah, you might actually know more about what kind of treason it's referring to. So do you have any idea what that's talking about? And do you want me to pull up the set? I figure with your knowledge of Dark Souls 3, you probably already know what it says off the top of your head. Damn, who's that first dislike? I'm not worried about it. Venom said yesterday you commented, but you think I missed it. Okay, go ahead and repeat it. I don't mind. So yeah, before I forget, the Drang set. The Drang Knights were once feared sellswords until treason meant descending into the abyss, and they were separated forever. So Mortis says, you think the treason refers to Nashandra? And I'll wait a second because I know the chat is a little bit behind. Because her treason brought Drangleic to ruin. Okay. Actually, let me just keep that pulled up. And Venom says, you think treason refers to how Nashandra was acting behind Vendrick's back, spreading dark over Drangleic. This may be why the Knights fell into the abyss. And then Mortis says, though it might be referring to the Fume Knight. It's weird that they say it's treason, though, so I wonder if it's supposed to be, like, treason against the state of the world or their king, because maybe they were working with her behind the king's back? Is that what you guys are saying? Because I don't know Dark Souls 2 pretty much at all. So Eldegusta says, yeah, you think that the queen is the treason? Okay. Red says, the treason mentioned in the Drang set, there was a bit of a debate about that in your server a while back. You'd have to check the conversation again to remember what your take was. Okay, that's fair. So yeah, hopefully we'll get that sorted out sometime, but I'll check into that as well. Let's get this angle. Get the real cool guy pose going.
Aha, you found a proper red eye. Brilliant. I knew you were no ordinary man. Now invade and pillage all you like. And if you grow weary of your duty, you too may become a finger. Come on, give yourself to Rosaria of the Cathedral of the Deep. Now invade and pillage all you like. And if you grow weary of your duty, you too may become a finger. Come on, give yourself to Rosaria of the Cathedral of the Deep. Now invade and pillage all you like. I see, as clear as day. You are a vile, starved beast. Much too dangerous for her.
So if the Bloodborne stuff wasn't over the top already, he calls us a beast, which is kind of cool. Can't parry that. I guess he's not going to drop down. I mean, I'm not going to walk out in front of those homing masses. How long do they stay out? Oh, long enough for him to just refresh it. Okay, whatever.
I can't die here. My dear goddess.
Who's got tendinitis now? Finally, somebody other than me dying to gravity. Okay, so that was just silly enough that I wanted to do that. Just go ahead and reload this real quick. And catch up with you guys. So... okay, so Venom says, you think the Queen committed treason against them. That treason threw them into the abyss. Okay. Okay, that'd be interesting. And then Red says, you think your take was that Nishandra's actions were treason that caused Drangleic to descend to the abyss. So the Drang Knights cut their losses and split up. You'll check the convo later and tell you if it was different. Okay. It is very awkwardly worded. Okay. Devin guys says, you're not doing his quest, or am I save filing? Yeah, I save scummed. Just because I am just trying to get the footage while I'm already doing this stuff. Not that I think I need it, but it's kind of nice to have it. So yeah. Eldegusta says, now you need to order internet for your apartment on your lunch break again. Sprint or Comcast. Oof, that's a rough call to make. Whatever ISP works better for you. I need to upgrade my internet as well, and hopefully I'll be able to make that call today, since we've got all the equipment for it now. After the stream. And speaking about after stream, I am closer to finishing up the next Fear the Old Lore Bloodborne video. It'll be about the translation differences a bit more strictly. So hopefully that'll be done either by this evening or tomorrow morning, and so it might go public tomorrow evening if I finish it today, or maybe Sunday if you're on American time zones. So just get a different angle for his dialogue. I mean, it's pretty much the same angle, but whatever.
found a proper red.
Resan says, someone needs to make a top 10 Simpson Dark Souls list. Leonhard would be your number one. I don't know. Gerben's pretty up there as well.
Now invade and pillage all you like.
Resan says you hear nothing but the horror stories about Comcast. Yeah, like if they're the only ones in your area, you will get messed with, generally from what I understand. But if you have some competition, they're less likely to do it just because they know they don't have you by the balls. And Mortice Volt says, your family used to use Comcast, then you moved and they messed everything up when you switched.
Now invade and pillage all you
And Eldegusa says, yeah, they have a practical monopoly on the interwebs around you. Yeah, that's when it's they've really got you by the balls, really.
Come on, give yourself.
And then Tanner, welcome back to the stream. Hola mi amigos. So now we go back to Rosaria's chamber. Rip. And then we offer her the Pale Tongue, and then I think we might have to reload the area. But, what else? I already screwed up Hazel's quest, which is a bit annoying. I mean, you can't really call that a quest, but I didn't kill her on the other side of the Farron Keep, so we won't get to see Grub Hazel. Morty says I might have to equip the Covenant item. Okay. Oh, we do get the grub here, although I don't believe this one's Hazel's. So the bonfire is already out as well? That's interesting. So, do I want to equip it? I might as well, because I mean, Warrior Sunlight isn't doing me anything. I know that's not going to affect things here, but... Creepy little man grub dude. And since we're over here, might as well mention again, looks like these things are cradles, which is kind of a cool thing to notice, since she's the goddess of rebirth. It looks like her chambers here are just filled with a bunch of cradles. Is this Kirk? Actually, I don't remember. I think this is supposed to be Xantha Scholar. I guess we're not going to deal with that. Just talk. I don't think anything happens. Okay. Just wasn't paying too much attention earlier. I think I need to kill this, but I thought... Okay, yeah, Leonhard appears back over here. I should have panned around to see if he was here before we started, because I don't think he was. That thing's coming towards me. Think it stopped at the wall there, or not? Yeah, it's stuck. Let's have him look this way. Then I'll catch up with you guys right before I actually talk to him. Have him a little off center. I think that'll look kind of cool. Okay. So, Abysswalker, welcome back. I think I welcomed you, but I might have forgotten. And El Gusto says, Doe, you confuse Sprint with AT&T. You're nearby called the wrong company. Oh god, AT&T is the worst by far. Yeah. Are the Slug Boys meant to be people? You mean players? I wouldn't say players, but I mean, they're definitely like characters in the world.
Ah. So, you've chosen to serve Rosaria after all. She will be pleased with me for finding her another finger. But be warned, my friend. Rosaria's fingers need only fetch tongues for their mistress. Otherwise, we are free, unchained. Like Yellowfinger, you can choose to believe that all fingers share camaraderie. but do not force your romance upon the rest of us.
So yeah, and this is totally a pun intended. I'll just say that straightforward. It seems like Leonhard has adopted the role of a lone wolf, which really ties into the whole like Bloodborne imagery that he's got going on. So yeah.
Rosaria's fingers need only fetch tongues for their mistress. Otherwise, we are free, unchained. You are free to believe that all fingers share camaraderie. But Rosaria's fingers need only fetch tongues for their mistress. Otherwise, I see, as clear as day. You are a vile, starved beast. Much too dangerous for her. You
why didn't it go?
Beasts. Don't you ever forget just what it is you're ravaging.
Okay, so that was cool. Definitely cool. I'm a bit sad that the parry wasn't working, or like the riposte. And his final lines there are interesting. Just what it is that you're ravaging. Yeah. I wish there was more to go with the Rosaria's fingers, because they're really cool for what they are, but there's just not a whole lot beyond what he says right there. And so Red was correct earlier in saying that like they're unchained, so you can kind of just take them to be just like wonton killers. Or wonton, however you want to emphasize it, so it's not the Chinese food. Echo Fiend, welcome back. You said Leonhard's mask says he was royalty because his quest is advanced by visiting the profane capital. You want to say that that was his kingdom? My idea of that was he was a part of the royal family before Yorm ruled. And you said you didn't say ruling royal family since Yorm's ancestor ruled before him. This is something I've brought up on the previous streams, but I think you're correct in that he is related to the profaned capital, because the term that they use for referring to him as like royalty just kind of means nobility in Japanese. And well, it is used in a couple other places. I think what ties him more directly to the profane capital is that the jailers also have the same kind of what's it called? They use the same term for the aristocrats of the jailers in Irithyll Dungeon as they do in his term for like royalty in his mask. So where's the thing? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Other than that, the spell that he was using, like the Great Magic Sword, is something you only get from Logan Scroll, which was held in by the court sorcerer of the profane capital. So presumably, if he was a member of the royalty and he was taught that as like a nobleman or aristocrat of some sort, it would make sense that it would have come from the profane capital since they had access to that spell. And then to just kind of put the icing on the cake, it says that Leonhard was burned beforehand. And so when we look at the profane capital, we see that like the flame burned not but human flesh, and that could be more of a reference to him. Actually, I wonder if just equipping the Covenant will make him appear. Okay, definitely not. And so maybe this is still Hazel? Maybe I'm wrong. I'll kill it. I should have killed it before save scumming. Whatever. So I'll catch up with you guys as well. Dylan Scott says the Forked Pale Tongue has an interesting lore description, which labeling the way of blues hunting dark spirits in the name of God, in the name of the gods, as a deception. So yeah, that's a good thing to bring up, and that kind of just shows that Gwendolyn was probably like deceiving the chosen undead in Dark Souls 1 to serve the agenda of the gods, and that just kind of goes with his kind of role as a I don't want to say like a usurper, but he definitely does feel like the power vacuum in Anor Londo and uses people to his advantage. Nightbot's asking if we should take a break. I'm doing pretty well right now. I've got enough water still, and the furry friend seems content for now. So we'll continue. Brisson says, never forget what it is you're ravaging. Sounds like Jura reminding you that you're hunting the people, not beasts. Yeah, that's what it was reminding me of, and I just couldn't make that connection right now. So thank you for bringing that up, because it definitely set off some alarms or bells and whistles in my head, but it just wasn't linking the chain. And Red Scholar says, Leonhard's quest is still pretty controversial because he lures you to Rosaria to join her, and then gets mad and accuses you of defiling her if you give her a tongue like he tells you to. Still need to get to the bottom of that. Interesting. Okay, yeah, I might look at more of his dialogue in Japanese then, just to see how well that matches up. To see if there's anything lost in translation. I wouldn't be surprised if there was, and I'm just kind of wondering now. Echo Fiend says, yeah, the jailers too. You were also going to mention the homing soul mass. Yeah, and that's another spell of Logan's. So 2 of Logan's spells, which are contained in his scroll in the profane capital, plus the fact that he got burned by a flame, and was royalty, and so Sullivan has kind of displaced everything in the profane capital. It kind of makes sense that he would be from there. Unfortunately, I don't really think it really adds a lot to his character or the game, but it's kind of cool. I think that we can probably pinpoint his origin compared to some of the other characters. And Game Dev Yal, welcome back. Wow. Game Dev Yal, welcome back. He said, doesn't his mask's lore also say something about him having severe burns all over his body? Perhaps he was meant to link the fire at some point. I think that's another way you could read it. I'm just a little bit skeptical of that, just because he doesn't seem to be keen on linking the fire, but you might not be wrong. But at this point, I would almost imagine that if he tried, he'd probably either be dead or more like Ludleth and an actual lord. So that's just my take on it. And then Echo Fiend says, well, since we're linking him to Profane Capital, it's likely his burns were the result of Yorm's linking. How he survived that is beyond you, lol. And then Red says, seems like Leonhard might have been intended to be an unkindled in an old build. His internal name is Kingseeker Charlie, or C. Red says, Sirris is Kingseeker Bravo, and Hawkwood is Kingseeker Alpha. Okay. Is that because, with the idea that it being Kingseeker, is it that they're seeking the player, or do you think they're actually seeking lordship? But I think that's enough to leave this here for now, and then we'll talk to our dude again, and then kill the grub. I don't think killing the grub does anything. I think you might get an item, but nothing bad. Okay, let's go this way this time. So the sound will be unbalanced, but it'll be kind of cool looking. Maybe not. I don't think I'm going to need anything better than I already had it, so maybe just a close-up will do. Or no, but I did the close-up last time, so let's just go like this. The feng shui. Okay, there we go. So Red says you don't think he is an unkindled in the final game, though, and Venom says that's interesting both. Echo Fiend says, when invading him in Anor Londo, he says, I sowed the seeds, I'll prune the mess, so at least he recognizes he made a mistake, and I don't know. It is weird, what his motivations are.
Ah, so you've chosen to serve Rosaria after all. She will be pleased with me for finding her another finger. But be warned, my friend. Rosaria's fingers need only fetch tongues for their mistress. Otherwise, we are free, unchained. Like Yellowfinger, you can choose to believe that all fingers share camaraderie. But do not force your romance upon the rest of us. Rosaria's fingers need only fetch otherwise you are
okay. And so Venom says each unkindled has the potential to link the fire, and each unkindled seems to be connected with one of the Lords of Cinder. Huh. Maybe? I don't know. Yorm would be a Siegvard. Abyss Watchers, potentially... Oh, Hawkwood, yeah, because he has the shield. Aldrich would be Henri. Sirris is Henri? I don't know. Or... Yeah, that's weird. And then the Twin Princes... I guess there's no one for Ludleth. Unless you count this dude? That's kind of weird. So... Red says seeking Lords of Cinder, probably. That makes sense, yeah. I forget, like, the Lords are technically necessary for linking the flame, so that's a fair comparison. Venom says Henri to Aldrich, Crestfallen to Abyss Watchers, Onion Man to Giant Man, which implies the player is connected to the Twin Princes. And Red says, as far as you remember, every instance of Lord in English is just King, literally in Japanese. Yeah, and so Dark Souls 2 kind of... I maybe saying like messed it up goes a bit too far, but they kind of divorced that idea of like making it more about kings than lords. But yeah, you are right with that. Venom says, so maybe the pairs were different originally. You can see Leonhard going for Aldrich because of what he's done to Rosaria. Venom says Ludleth doesn't need anyone because he willingly took the throne.
Rosaria's
okay. I don't remember what we need to do for after this to advance the stuff. So we're gonna kill our grub friend over here. The Hazel Pick and the Xanthus Crown. Oh, so maybe we did have her spawn in twice? Because I thought you had to kill her 2 times to have her come over here. So yeah, this is Hazel, which just kind of shows that, like, if you get reborn too often, this will happen. It's a bad time. Oh, I don't remember if I could have rested at the bonfire at that point. So... is there anything else I want to do before going back to Lothric? I don't think so. Where is it? Fort. Nymphales, welcome back. You said, sorry you're late, fell asleep. Oh, no, it's fine. I'm glad you're joining us at all. And then Colt, welcome in again. You said, Sirris being labeled a Kingseeker makes no sense, though. She also has no matching lord. So, Red says it would be in an older build, so yeah. Why are there baby cradles? So, as we were saying, Rosaria is supposed to be the mother of rebirth. And so... you can, like, respec from her, like, up to 5 times in a single playthrough, and I don't remember if it's true or not, but I think I might have heard a rumor that, like, once you go to 5 and try to do a 6, you turn into a grub as well? I don't remember if that's true, but even if that isn't true, like, you still get the evidence of people transforming when we look at that grub of Hazel, which we just killed. Ow. Items, which is fine. So this time we'll try to actually kill the red-eyed guy, because I think we already picked up all the treasure, but didn't want to deal with him my first time around just because I was so rusty at Dark Souls 3. These guys were murdering me left and right. I should have just parried that, but the backstabs are just way too easy to do when you're, like, not getting ganked. So I think that's the first time getting the Lothric Great Shield. Yeah. Should pay more attention to these kind of designs. So this one kind of reminds me of, like, a spade upside down, like the card suit. But yeah. Venom says no, it's not true of turning into a grub. Okay, playing as a grub would be a nice Easter egg. So maybe I'm just combining that with like becoming an egg in Dark Souls 1, which was a cool one. Tanner says, you mean you can summon Sirris for the Twin Princes, but that is it really? Oh, so you can summon her for those? And Colt says that's a false rumor about transforming into a grub, but that idea that I have still stands. Yeah, with Hazel. So Red says, you don't turn into a grub because DS3 isn't creative mechanically, but a message says, further rebirth will turn you into a grub, and you can't respec anymore once you do 5. Okay, so that's what it was that I was probably thinking of. So thank you. So yeah, towards the end of the playthrough, like I'll do that just to kind of test it out. Because I think I tried to do that on my very first new game just to see, or I might not have known about it, so... Colt says, Tanner, you can summon Sirris for the Watchers too. Yeah, you can summon her for a lot of the Lords. And Yal says, trying to get a 6th rebirth gives you that message that another rebirth in this time would turn you into a grub, so you can't do it. Sadly, no DS1 worm transformation comeback. So, I guess that's also the canon origin of the Karthus sandworm. It was a grub from Rosaria. I'm obviously joking there. For those who might not know. The Tanner says, that's true. And then Yal says, or sadly, no DS2 infinite respecs. Yeah, okay. So this is the Lothric Knight Great Shield. A Great Shield of the renowned Lothric Knights decorated with a holy symbol. The knights who formed the High Priestess's guard carried great shields such as these, which were granted high magic absorption through her blessing. Yeah, that does have a really high magic resistance. Definitely the highest so far. And so, the first time we came around here, I did mention that, like, the pilgrims made it all the way over here, and, I don't think we can see the pilgrim butterflies yet, but we'll see some butterflies in the sky later on. Which is just crazy to me that they're pretty much only mentioned very briefly in one description, and then that's it. So this dude's wearing blue. I need to do a better job of, like, trying to actually... figure out which faction belongs to what. He's looking over the corpse of that guy over there. I keep screwing up my damn backstabs every single time. I guess I'm just gonna overpower him regardless. So maybe he killed these things? I don't know. I know you guys keep telling me who's who, but I haven't internalized it yet, unfortunately. Oh, those are kind of cool. I don't think I noticed those before. I had the binoculars out the entire time. Interesting. So this dude's got a human head plus like the angelic style wings with the crown on his head. And we will see some more of the gargoyles later. Like, I don't know how relevant that is, and just kind of noticing it and trying to commit it to memory. So may as well check out these knights. Oh, these are the same as the ones on the inside that are like kind of beheading themselves. Probably just shows like their the sacrifice of their individuality or something like that. Sacrifice of yeah, their individuality and devotion of their country or whatever. These dudes have the same symbol on their back, but they're got the red. Okay. We just got some more Estus, I think, which is weird. Because we're offline. I forget how that happens sometimes. Okay. Oh, I forgot that there's actually a bonfire in here, so that was kind of unnecessary. But it worked out, I think. We'll rest. So... Colt says DS3 does have infinite respecs. Just close the app after confirming respec, but before closing Rosaria's menu. Okay. Interesting. So more of a glitch, but whatever works. Venom says the game kind of implies the man-grubs were addicted to rebirthing, kinda, and you wonder why. So I think there's a couple ways we could take that, and that's a really good point to bring up. Would be if like your current life is kind of screwed up, I mean, there's always that like human nature to want to change that to have something for the better. But it's essentially just like the lottery when you're like born in real life, and so I would assume the same is probably true in like Dark Souls 3. So no matter what you do, it's only human to make mistakes or to make errors or to have grievances. And so knowing that you have the potential to kind of overwrite those mistakes, I mean, who wouldn't do it? Like, look at how many times I've redone this dumb save just to get some like lore footage rather than going through everything and experiencing life to the fullest in this kind of metaphor. But applying that a bit more broadly to the cycle of the flame, you could take it like that, like linking the fire over and over again is kind of like rebirthing the entire world, and the more that you do it, the more it causes the world to fall into a state of stagnation, which might be why the deep is starting to become a thing, because it wasn't really so much of a thing in Dark Souls 1 and 2, but since the flame has been linked so many more times, like all of the grout is just kind of collecting at the bottom and making the entire world a shitty place. And that is a little bit of a pun intended, but that's just kind of my hot take on that allusion to like rebirth in this game. And it does come up again, even like in Sekiro as well. Like the more you resist something, the more impure and grotesque you become. So that's why like they have the centipedes growing out of them. Oh yeah, and we never went to Aldrich's cathedral. Okay. So yeah, little detour because I meant to do that last stream, but I forgot because I got distracted by the Sirris stuff. Okay, so we didn't actually have to light this bonfire, which is nice. But since we're talking about the deep, might as well do it. And Nymphalia says to Venom, it probably has to do with an obsession for perfection. And I agree. Venom says to Chocolate Ice. Oh, I missed his comment. Welcome to the stream, Chalk Ice. You said, do we know what Angel of Dragons actually means? No, I don't, at least. So that's something I'm going to try to figure out a bit more for myself as we continue the stream. Venom says, you do wonder what leads anyone to want rebirth so many times. Mechanically, it makes sense for the player because you can respect your stats. But for the people in the world, once they fix their physical flaws, what's in it for them? I mean, they might want to be worthy of linking the flame. There's many reasons why somebody want to use a reset button if it's available to them. And so Venom says, the game kind of implies the man grubs were addicted to rebirthing, kinda, and I wonder why. Oh, so I just missed your earlier comments. Okay. Okay, so Venom says about the Angel of Dragons that it was just Oceiros' beta name, but whatever context it had was removed from the game. So that might tie into those little like statues of the king with the crown and wings that we saw a little bit ago. That's what I was kind of wondering if it was supposed to be a reference to. Like, he looks like an angel and it was the king, but we know he ended up becoming a dragon. So that's kind of an interesting parallel. Venom says, well, what stops them from having a perfect body the first way around? I think it's just human nature to have flaws and imperfections, and nobody's going to be completely satisfied with that, which is why Rosaria's covenant can be a dangerous thing. And at least with Hazel, like, we see that, like, we literally kill her as she invades, so she probably didn't feel strong enough. So it might tie into the fact that it's, like, the PvP covenant that deals with rebirth and wanting to have better stats. Chalk Guy says, no, you know, but like angel in what sense? I don't know. To what god or whatever. It's kind of hard to say when we just look at that in the internal files without any extra context sometimes. Yal says, perhaps the whole killing people and extracting their tongues thing means that they occasionally need to change their identity to not get hunted down by angry mobs. You know, that's a good point. And then Nymphalia says, people will always spot flaws with everything. There will always be something that's just a little off that they can't help themselves from fixing. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. So I'm going to take a swig since Nightbot is telling me to. I should follow that advice. Mortis says, killing enemies can give back Estus, though you don't know exactly how the mechanic works. Okay. Yao says enemies have the chance to drop the Estus refills, which varies, but is generally higher for stronger enemies. Invaders have a guaranteed drop. Not sure exactly how it works. Okay. Thank you, guys. And then Venom says, no one knows how it works. Illusory Wall was trying to get people to work on uncovering the background mechanics. And then Yal says, the Pyromancer's Parting Flame also has a weapon art that drops one of these Estus refills at will, which recharges over time as you kill enemies. Interesting. I don't remember that. Tanner says, so what you're saying is the world we see is basically one giant man grub now? For Dark Souls 3, let's just say that. Yal says, the drops seem to happen more often during a long expedition, but it might just be confirmation bias. Yeah, long trips mean you kill more enemies, which means more random rolls that'll drop a refill. Yeah, you might be right about that. Venom says, Oceiros as the Angel of Dragons was going to be the boss of the cut area, the God's Grave. Oh yeah, it was under Lothric Castle, the bridge led to it. And then Venom says, only a few assets of the God's Grave remain in the game. And then Red says, in the final game, angels have a few similarities to dragons, so you imagine it was going to be elaborated on more in the cut content. Yeah, and that's kind of how I feel as well. And so talking about like all the deep and all that crap, we come into Aldrich's cathedral again in Anor Londo. He's definitely grimed the place up. And as we look down, we can see like there's a bunch of like skeletons in the murky, mucky water. It also looks like it's kind of tinged with blood. There's like a little bit red floating around. Although that might be a bit more of my imagination, but... yeah. So aside from that, when we look at the walls here... I was afraid I was going to do that. Okay. Like the pillars here, we can see that there's like a bunch of like maggot looking like things, or like tapeworm looking like things kind of all in it. And this is a kind of like thing that'll get repeated even in the painted world. So this is just kind of like what's affiliated with the deep. And so these are like all the people that was fed to Aldrich. That's all their remains. They kind of form the bedrock of this area. So we can go back up there. It's really annoying that they just port you out of here. And so this was this way in Dark Souls 1 as well, I remember. Like you had Gwyn here, a Guinevere here, and then like there was a missing statue over here, which was like the reference to the Nameless King being removed from the annals of history. Or rather, he lost the annals. I don't think there was any treasure over here, just kind of nostalgia. Okay, and then we're gonna go back to the room with Guinevere. Maybe Leonhard stuff? No, I mean, Rosaria has to die first. Trying to make this cinematic. Pretty long walk up. We get the Sun Princess ring finally. Just something I've talked about a little bit before. Oh, okay. So Echo Fiend says, on Leonhard's betrayal, you say he sees himself above the other fingers. He cares for Rosaria enough to keep his burns. Maybe to seem less like he was exploiting her, he takes her soul to keep her safe. Interesting. Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about like his turn of events. So, going back to this ring, this is a ring associated with Guinevere, Princess of Sunlight, and the eldest daughter of Gwyn, the First Lord. The ring is vaguely warm like a beam of sunlight and gradually restores HP. Guinevere left her home with a great many other deities and became a wife and mother, raising several heavenly children. And I've talked about this before, where it says heavenly children here in the English, but it uses pretty much the exact same well, not the exact same term, it just says like noble children, and that term does get repeated again in the evil eye ring, so it doesn't have like the quotes on it like it does in here, and that's also repeated in Henri's straight sword. So if Henri is a noble child and a descendant of the noble children of Guinevere, that could mean that like the marriage to Henri is necessary to inherit like lordship from Gwyn directly, which is kind of a big deal. But I do like the idea that maybe Gwyn isn't even necessary for that, being able to usurp the flame. But yeah, just wanted to bring this up because it's kind of a cool detail that it's a little hard to pick up on as it is for now. So that's it for here. Oh, you can't just roll back down like the good old times. I wonder if I was gonna say, I wonder if it's a fall death. Just shows how much weaker the unkindled one is compared to the chosen undead. So yeah, that was all the deep stuff. Okay, and now we're gonna go back to the other place, Lothric, and do the Consumed King's Garden. Red says, you've heard noble children and precious children both as alternate translations. Not sure which is more accurate, to be honest. You could look at it as both, like, yeah. Well, since Guinevere is royalty, I would probably choose to go with noble first. I mean, you could go with, like, royal children, I suppose, but... like, that's also the kind of thing that I won't, like, fault translators for missing. Because, like, when you're doing a really large project, especially one as cryptic as, like, Dark Souls or Bloodborne, like, it's not obvious at all, like, that those two are supposed to be connected. So, really easy to miss. Because it is just, like, one word repeated in, like, 3 or 4 descriptions, and then that's it. It's not even, like, a keyword, it's just a random thing. So Dionysus, welcome back to the stream, and we just did pretty much all of the side stuff before coming back to the Consumed King's Garden. Alright, so I used that chance while the game was in the cutscene to look back up Leonhard stuff, so maybe Rosaria is dead right now, and then we'll probably actually have to go right back to Aldrich's chamber. I'll save Scum beforehand, just to, maybe I don't need to, but whatever. Even if I don't, it's not that hard, or like not that much stuff from what's his name, Leonhard to worry about right now. Oh yes, she's dead. We get the black eye orb from her corpse. She's still kind of cradling that grub, which is probably why I thought it was actually like part of her. Because they're both dead, or maybe that grub was always dead. It's really weird how that works out. So we see that Leonhard is missing now. Red says there is a cut pathway where the knight statue would go much further back to reveal a corridor that would lead past the 2 sets of stairs that lead to the same place that ladder does. Huge shame it was cut. The Venom says, where is this idea that Henri is one of the heavenly children coming from? So that just comes from it using a certain term a bit more strongly in the Japanese. So I don't have her straight sword on me right now, but it uses the same term that's in quotes in the Ring of the Evil Eye, where it says like the sword of the one most noble. I should have it on my spreadsheets because that's something I looked at really recently. Let me pull that up. So if you guys go to my spreadsheet, and let me just type this in the chat as well. Spreadsheet. Hopefully Nightbot will link that in properly. And then if you go to the bottom, there's a bunch of tabs. And if you do the Dark Souls Worked in Progress tab, all the way on the bottom right, and scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see the Firekeeper robe. And then right above that, we have the Sun Princess ring, the Ring of the Evil Eye, and Henri's straight sword. So if you look at the Japanese for Henri's straight sword, this phrase will appear, and it's in brackets, so it's a little bit easier to make out even if you don't know Japanese. Not that like I would expect you guys to. So this is the phrase right there. So as Rubito or the Red Scholar was mentioning, like Totoi can mean precious or like noble or sacred or like royal or whatever. So like hontou ni toitoi mono no ken or tsurugi. And so that just means like it's the sword of the truly noble one. And so that is on the straight sword, and that also appears in the Evil Eye ring, which talks about the evil eye being defeated by the sword of one most noble. And so that term right there appears back again in the bottom line of the Sun Princess ring. So it doesn't use like the truly noble one, but it just says like noble children right here. I might be buffering because I actually had to pull that up, so let me look at my OBS. So hopefully that makes sense, and hopefully I didn't cut out while saying that. So I'll paste the other thing again. So those are like the two terms, and so the final kanji in these two compound words, essentially, like the first one is child, so like noble children, and then like the bottom one is noble one, and that's just kind of a vague thing. So I mean, they don't necessarily have to be connected, but it is interesting that like Henri was considered the one truly noble because she had the sword, and that's what allowed them to defeat the Evil Eye potentially, or it just kind of shows proof of her heritage, which I think is a pretty relevant thing to consider, especially since the Sun Princess ring does say that Guinevere had noble children. So Venom says that page works. Okay, sweet. Okay, so Saturn fixed it. So yeah, I need to adjust my Nightbot, I guess. So I need to remind myself to do that. Let me write that note. Fix Nightbot spreadsheet. Okay, so that should hopefully remind me. And thank you, Saturn, for covering that. And so Red says the cloth laid over Henri's face in the Lord of Hollow's marriage also matches the color scheme of Guinevere's clothes. Oh yeah, I do remember seeing that in your server like a really long time ago. So yeah, that's another cool detail to consider, that Henri could be linked to Guinevere that way. Aldegusto says, you're back. Guess you need to hold off on internet till you get a day off for the cable guy. So only your phone internet for now, I guess. Sorry to hear that. Yeah. He'll be here between next Tuesday and October. It's the old Simpsons joke about that. Oh, I didn't read the Black Eye Orb. So hopefully that answers your question about the noble children. And Phobos, I did miss you walking in or like entering the stream earlier, so welcome back into the stream. Nice to have you again. And I feel like I can't see the comment right now. And then Red said to Venom that there's a few parts to it you can explain better on Discord later if you want. But essentially the idea is that Henri might be descended from Astoran nobility. And the Astoran nobles may have intermingled with the gods when they left Anor Londo. And then you mentioned the cloth. Okay. Simpsons, you knew I was a mana culture. Red says, her sword has the same 2 HP/Partic regeneration effect that the Sun Princess ring has as well. That connection is a little bit more debatable. Okay. So no, that's a cool thing, because like I don't know the mechanics of a lot of the items, so that's a really cool connection as well. So thank you for bringing that up. I really like that. Okay, so Black Eye Orb, arcane orb left on Rosaria's corpse. Have faith her soul can be retrieved by invading the world of her killer and returning victorious. The black eye is proof of vengeance, but often appears serene as it casts its gaze toward Irithyll. So that just kind of gives you a hint of where to start looking. Like, you go to Irithyll, but I mean, you pretty much end up in Anor Londo, which we're going to go do again as well. And so, I don't think it's important, but some people are like, oh, does the arcane in the Black Eye Orb use the same arcane that's in, what's it called? In Bloodborne? So yeah, it uses the same term, Machine P. Not that I really think it has too much importance in Bloodborne, or sorry, in Dark Souls 3. It's more of a thing in Bloodborne, but it just shows that like it has a mysterious divine power. Mondai Nai, yo! Sweet. Eldegusto says, you think Astora and several nations had noble founders that had god ancestors? Wasn't Prince Ricard the descendant of the gods, for instance? I don't remember about Ricard, but yeah, like there is a lot of untouched gods and things like that. Because like as we mentioned on yesterday's stream, or was it 2 days ago? Like the damn mimics were from a clan of gods, which is kind of weird to think about because they're supposed to be unrelated to Gwyn, I guess. Just god folk in general, godkin. Feel the black eye orb quivering. I don't remember what I need to do. I think I just go up to the bed. Do I use it? Maybe that's what I need to do. Because it is a consumable. Invade the world of Rosaria's killer. Okay. Try to do that. So I think this is something that we can just do over and over again. So I might let him kill me. And I think he has friends in here because it reminds me of the Gank Fest from Dark Souls 1, but I don't fully remember.
Well, never expected to see you here. Couldn't resist her any longer in all her festering glory. And now you want to ravage her soul as well. I sowed the seeds, I'll prune the mess. I, Leonhard, swear so upon my vows to the goddess.
I'm gonna let him kill me just so hopefully he repeats that.
You, my friend, the night of the goddess does not die.
I'll probably die again just to get that to look a bit better for the footage. Eldegusto, oh yeah, you mentioned the Prince card thing. And then you said, is 3 the first game with a Black Eye Orb, or was that the orb you got from Lothric in 1? I think you used a Black Eye Orb for Lothric as well. So there's kind of a few similarities between Leonhard and Lothric. Red says, Ricard isn't explicitly called a descendant of the gods, but he wore the Elite Knight set, implying he's from Astora and therefore Prince of the Astoran nobility. Okay. Eldegusta says, who is that Knight King that fought the dragon? You confuse him with Ricard a lot. The one that fought the dragon. It can't think of it. Yeah, it sounds familiar. Just can't think of it. Night King Rendel, likely the King of Balder. Okay.
Well, back for more, are you? No ordinary man, are you? I knew it all along. And now you want to ravage her soul as well. You are no longer of use. You'll run free no more. I, Leonhard, swear so upon my vows to the goddess. Enough with you, my friend. The Knight of the Goddess does not die.
Okay, that was cool. So he has 2 sets of dialogue there. But he's meant to be more of a beast this time around. So I will kill him, and then I'll reload the save, and then go face him again, just because I do want to get like a cleaner shot of like his first lines of dialogue, and maybe his first death quote as well. What am I doing? Oh yeah. So I'll kill him this time, and then do all that stuff. What am I doing? Dang it.
Well, back for more, are you? No ordinary man, are you? I knew it all along. And now you want to ravage her soul as well. You are no longer of use. You'll run free no more. I, Leonhard, swear so upon my vows to the goddess. Enough with you, my friend.
Okay.
The Knight of the Goddess does not die.
Alright, so this time I'm not going to listen to his quote. I'll just go at him. I don't know if he has like a wounded dialogue though. So Red says, notably Rendel is on the face of the silver coin in the world of men, and Lloyd is on the gold coin. Shows the theocratic nature of society, you think? Does Dark Souls 3 ever mention Thorland? Maybe that's supposed to be Kurland. Kurland.
Well, back for more.
Because I was always wondering where like Ludleth came from.
You
like,
are no longer I.
We don't really get any information. Is he invisible? Okay, that was weird.
No one will despoil her soul. Certainly no beast wrapped in human skin. What do you want with her soul? Isn't flesh enough for a sick beast? Blessed Rosaria.
Okay, that was pretty cool. So we'll do that again. I think we can get a set now. I don't remember. Because he has a different attack this time around, the Crescent Moon Sword. Okay, so we do get that. The Soul of Rosaria. So that's some cool stuff to do. This will be down here. It's all twisted and stuff. The Soul of Rosaria, Mother of Rebirth, stolen by Ringfinger Leonhard. Return this to her extant corpse, and Mother Rosaria will spring back to life as if nothing had ever happened. Though I do wonder if this is a property more unique to Rosaria as like the goddess of rebirth, or if this can be applied to other dead things in this universe as well. Yeah. Red says it's never mentioned outside of Dark Souls 1 as far as you remember with Thorland. Tanner says this says a lot about society. Society moment. Kareem is awfully important for an earldom slash duchy. Yeah. With the Duke Arster, I think, of Kareem. With all of the like curse resistant stuff, if I'm remembering correctly. Kinda interesting how that works. I don't think we can use this to transpose items. I don't remember though. So we'll go see our good little scorched buddy. Maybe I should just save that for the next round. So this is Ringfinger Leonhard's weapon of choice, a type of shotel imbued with the power of the moon. Leonhard set out on a journey of rebirth, but decided instead to serve the goddess as a knight, and inherited this weapon. Interesting that he inherited the weapon. So maybe Rosaria is supposed to be affiliated with the moon? And I don't remember if a similar item like this exists in at least Dark Souls 1. I wouldn't be too surprised if there's something in Dark Souls 2. Yeah, I already got that. But yeah. And what else did we get? We got... Oh, I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to go see Lilith and then talk to... We'll just reload and then we'll see everything. Or talk to... No, I'll just save the Rosaria thing for last. Oh, no, never mind. Ooh, yeah, I might have actually died if I went all the way down. I've got it. We'll go to Rosaria, give her thing, so that way we can use 2 vantage points. Actually, it probably won't matter, but... Tanner says, can the soul be transposed? Mortis says it can. And Mortis says, make an item out of her soul. You can still do the Covenant stuff at her corpse. Okay. Oh, yeah. I think you can also just kill her and get her soul again. If not, I mean, I'm gonna reload the save anyway. So the shotel is pretty. Oh wait, Zachary, welcome back to the stream. You said this shotel. Oh, you said it gives bountiful sunlight, right? The shotel is pretty similar, which Lothric uses, right? Could be trying to illustrate their parallel sort of story. I don't even have enough pale tongues. Okay. I guess you don't get her soul from that. Okay, that's interesting. Or maybe we need to reload. Shit. I forget that it does the shrine one automatically. Red says, the Crescent Moon Sword resembles the Crescent Sickle, a halberd from Dark Souls 2. They both do magic damage, but the sickle is from the Brotherhood of Blood, so there's not much of a tie to Rosaria. Why is she standing? Maybe because I'm a finger now?
I see that you are now a finger of Rosaria. Your path is wholly different to mine. Gentle unkindled, I bid you farewell. If we meet again, it will be as adversaries. Yes, I see. An arrant finger you've become. Very well. I will cut each finger from the hand.
You juked me. Not Granddad.
Forgive me, Granddad.
Okay, so that was that. Oh yeah, we're gonna go to Rosaria again. Not that I think she'll have the soul, but I just want to know now. That was cool. So yeah, I guess she does abandon you if you join the Fingers, but I mean, you already complete everything with her, so it's not that big a loss. And Feli says, if we ever meet again, it shall be as ad for bonk! She got bonked, bro. I mean, if you're gonna throw down to Gauntlet, don't expect to not get slapped back, I guess. I don't know. I'm not very good at one-liners off the cuff. So is she alive again? Interesting. Yes? So yeah, you can just kill her over and over. That's cool. Okay. Let's download. Yeah, I'm low-key terrified of forgetting and accidentally uploading one of these times. Red says, you'd say the only similarity is that Rosaria's Fingers and the Brotherhood of Blood are invasion covenants. Okay. And that the Brotherhood of Blood has sort of Bloodborne vibes too, since that covenant's whole thing is about being drenched in the blood of your own kind. Yeah, and especially with Leonhard being like a hunter who woke up on the wrong side of a nightmare, essentially. So if I remember correctly, we talked to the dude, go back to Rosaria, talk to him again, kill Hazel. Yeah, okay.
Now and come. Now and come.
I'm a little bit amazed at just how much time it's taken to do these Covenant things. Or like NPC quests. Like, I would not have guessed that I would have spent 2 hours doing this before even stepping foot in the Consumed King's Garden. Not that this is a bad thing, like, it's really cool to get all this footage and stuff. It just surprises me. But at the same time, we're also getting a lot of cool discussions out of it, so, like, definitely no regrets. We saw him just spawn in. Maybe that's just something he does. Maybe he was always there? Can we just hit him in Firelink and he'll just start crying? If he's not actually there? That's kind of weird to think about. Got the chameleon spell.
So shoot the result like it. Result you are to.
I would have figured that this loading screen would have been a little bit faster since we were already right there. I think I'll just leave Hazel since we've already gotten her equipment before. Okay. Is this aggro at me right now? I guess we can't leave Hazel. Oh, does it go aggro as we go nearer Rosaria? So weird. What caused that? Oh, I think I know. I think no, because that thing isn't crawling at me. Okay, whatever. So we'll get the ring, get the eye invasion all going again. Maybe I should save Scum before that. Yeah, it's probably the smarter thing to do. El Gusto says, so do people believe the Lord Vessel is unique for all the basins that look... Or all the basins that look like it are the same thing? Okay, I thought... Yeah, I don't know about the Lord Vessel. I would assume that it would have to be special just because of the way you get it in Dark Souls 1, because otherwise any basin would be able to teleport you between the fires. So it is a little bit weird that you can just kind of already automatically teleport in Dark Souls 3. So this time I'll go ahead and save Scum again. And Nymphali says, when they're not trying to beat the shit out of you, man, grubs are actually kind of cute. And then Red says, they probably resemble the Lord Vessel on purpose, but no, there's like literally, or sorry, there's likely only one Lord Vessel. Yeah, and I do wonder if like the profaned capitals Lord Vessel-esque vessel is supposed to be the Lord Vessel. So Phoba says, weren't there a bunch of Lord Vessels in Dark Souls 1? Kind of. Like, if you go down to where Frampt takes you, there are like a lot of similar looking devices, but you need to place the actual Lord Vessel like in front of the kiln. It's a little bit weird. And Red says, there's the Lord Vessel looking things in the Firelink altar, but they don't look identical to it. Okay. Just in time, welcome back. You said, the Lord Vessel is placed in Dark Souls 1 so everyone can teleport now. Okay. So Nightbot's asking if we're good or need to take a break. I think I'm still doing pretty well. I've got a decent amount of water. And the little monster is snoozing. Right, here we go. So I should probably just stand still for a second after like we spawn in and then walk up slowly. Justin says there is a destroyed Lord Vessel in the basement of Majula Mansion. Interesting. Okay.
Well, never expected to see you here. Couldn't resist her any longer in all her festering glory. And now you want to ravage her soul as well. I sowed the seeds, I'll prune the mess. I, Leonhard, swear so upon my vows to the goddess. No one will despoil her soul. Certainly no beast wrapped in human skin. want with her soul? Isn't flesh enough for a sick beast? Enough with you, my friend. A knight of the goddess does not die.
That's cool enough. Okay, that's fine that I died there. Because we got all of his dialogue together. And he has the new dialogue when we spawn in, although that's not really too much of an issue. Foul beast, away, away! Minmaxed, welcome back to the stream. You said, you wish we could invade more NPCs. And then Zach K, welcome to the stream. You said, you always thought the basement Lord Vessel shards were just reused assets, lol. You felt like people read into that one a bit too much, but you don't know. Yeah, I feel like those ones are probably like more ceremonial.
Well, back for more, are you? No ordinary man, are you? I knew it all along. And now you want to ravage her soul as well. You are no longer of use. You'll run free no more. I, Leonhard, swear so upon my vows to the goddess.
Oof. Thought I was dead. Oh, he finally used magic shield.
No one will despoil her.
Oh, he
soul.
repeats it. Okay.
Certainly no beast wrapped in human skin. What do you want with her soul? Isn't flesh enough for a sick beast? I was low on HP. My friend,
I should have paid a bit more attention.
knight of the goddess.
Yeah, I was fishing for a parry. All right, I'll just kill him. We already got the death footage before. So sad HUD noises. Justin says, "You mean there is the Lord Vessel right under it, below the map?" And Eldegusa says, "That is why you wonder if like Framped ever had a bunch hidden all over." Phobo says, "This just makes you want there be spells like this in Bloodborne. You just want to shoot cool blood slashes and blood sword anime style." So you do kind of have that with the Holy Moonlight Greatsword, or the Holy Moonlight Sword, but yeah, I know what you mean. If she wasn't a grub, you'd ravage more than her soul. Chest, after all. A Call Beyond is fucking cool, man. And Phobo says, "You seriously hope Elden Ring doesn't have teleporting from the start, or if it does, it's a way more limited version of it?" It depends. Like, it's supposed to be open world-ish? I don't know.
Well, back for more, are you? No ordinary man, are you? I knew it all along. And now you want to ravage her soul as well. You are no longer of use. You'll run free no more. I, Leonhard, swear so upon my vows to the goddess.
Weird.
no one will despoil her soul. Certainly no beast wrapped in human skin.
Oh, he still spins. That's annoying. I was trying to fish for that backstab. I deserve that. Oh! Oh, and I'm already out? Wow, I suck.
What do you want with her soul? Isn't flesh enough for a sick beast? Blessed Rosaria.
Okay. So now we can see what we can get from her soul from Ludleth. Oh, it was the silver mask. That was the third thing that I didn't remember. We've already looked at that before, but maybe I should look at it again since we're getting it for real. I wonder if that healed me back. Oh, I got embered. So yeah, I would have been back at full HP. Okay. Wasn't paying attention. So Justin says she's not a grub, that's just the deacon. Okay. Phobo says, you don't know why these games have been so all or nothing with it. It's easy to come up with a cool in-game thing that explains it, like shrines and so on. Yeah. Minmax says, you wish there were like two types of bonfires, one that you could warp to and one you couldn't, and the former ones were placed very far apart, like if there were only a few of them in the world. I mean, they could have done that a bit better had they just made it canon that like only the ones with fire keepers worked. So I mean, it was a little bit weird how it worked in Dark Souls 1, but you could also just say, you know, the Lord Vessel was doing the work. But Dark Souls 1's was a bit annoying also. So maybe this time I want to use the binoculars with her. Oh, yeah, she holds her little charm out. I didn't notice that before. That's kind of funny.
I see that you are now a finger of Rosaria. Your path is wholly different to mine. Gentle unkindled, I bid you farewell. If we meet again, it will be as adversaries. Gentle unkindled, I bid you farewell. If we meet again, it will be as adversaries.
I'm resisting the urge to kill her now. Does she actually invade us anywhere? I don't remember. Alright, I'll catch up with you guys and look at her items. I'm looking for Rosaria. So is it only Bountiful Sunlight? Looks like it. Okay, that's cool. So, where were we? Phobo says to Minmax, yeah, exactly, or something like a limited bonfire upgrade. And El Degusto says, you think the Tumerians had spells and miracles, but it's lost to humanity mostly. Yeah, they do, like, the Tumerian Elders are super cool, and it's a little unfortunate, like, they didn't expand on that a bit more. I mean, there was the fight with Maria, but nothing that, like, the player could do like that. Oh no, he's mad. Do you actually meet her again, though? Yeah, I don't remember. Like, I don't think so. And so Justin says, Dark Souls 2 had the best spells, but also the most useless ones. Lingering Flame, Dead Again, Soul Appease, Focus Souls. No, we finished her quest, Justin, so yeah. Okay. So, this is for the Soul of Rosaria. It's a special miracle granted by the Princess of Sunlight. Gradually restores a large amount of HP for self and those in the vicinity. The miracles of Guinevere, loved as both mother and wife, bestow their blessing on a great many warriors. So because of this, some people might think that Rosaria is Guinevere, just under a different name. I mean, you could potentially read it that way, and maybe you could say like the little grub dude was Flan, but I don't know what to make of that. We do find her in like the former Way of White Cathedral, and she's referred to as a mother and a mother of fertility and bounty. So I guess you could argue that like rebirthing would kind of go along with that. It'd be a little bit weird that they have different names, but I mean, there's nothing to keep her name the same. But yeah, I don't really know how I feel about that interpretation, but it just doesn't appeal to me personally, I guess. And so maybe her name could have changed after she got her tongue cut out. I don't know. It's a bit weird.
Ah. Oh, in fact, methinks. Now.
So yeah, should we just fight Sirris now? Maybe. Phobo says, weird that the Tumerians have fire magic, but there's like no fire magic in Bloodborne. It's probably some sort of vestige of when the game was going to have demons at the very start. Minmax says, health regen is so good. If you play defensively against Gale, for example, and dodge everything, you can heal like half HP without Estus. Phobo says, would have been cool if you could get the blood tinge stuff, like that turned into fire like Maria uses. Missed opportunity. Yeah. Okay, so that was all that. Now we're going to go finally to the Consumed King's Garden. And actually, I should probably buy some like fire stuff. Is this just a fat... Shit. I was going to say, that's just the fast one, isn't it? Yeah.
Ah.
What is it that I want to use? Moss root. I've never looked at that. Interesting. They just look like grapes. Then the black firebomb, if we still have those. Oh, no shards. Chunks, rather. Can we also buy Leonhard's the rest of his set? I don't know what he was wearing. Looks super cool though. Okay, yeah, we can actually. This is pretty much the same as his helmet or mask. So Leonhard was born into royalty, which is believed to be the reason for his skill in both sorcery and swordsmanship. Indeed, this dingy garb is in fact embroidered with gold thread, betraying its purpose as military wear designed for a noble. So yeah. I guess she doesn't sell the bombs, at least not until
Ashen one.
we get rid of Grey Rat.
Oh, hello. Goodbye. Oh, this.
Okay, so I think we're good now. Question is, do I want to kill her? I almost just did it out of reflexes. So Justin says, Bountiful Sunlight was a Pisaka drop. Any daughter knows the spell. Okay. And then Justin says, Hunter tools were an underdeveloped mechanic. It took up until the DLC update for a non-arcane tool. Yeah. Like, I do understand why they didn't have a lot of them at first, but then I feel like the inclusion of Simon's Bowblade just kind of like wrecks that ideology of not having like a lot more range stuff, because that's like the other cheese. I mean, I guess there was always the Evelyn, but you pretty much had to nerf or tailor your build specifically for that. El Degusto says, you think the idea that Tumerians unlock the Eldritch Truth is tied to them having pyromancy and other magic like necromancy? You wonder if necromancy from the catacombs were miracle-based or a new magic. The Venom says, it says Leonhard's sorcery is due to being a noble, but since he uses the Greatsword spell, doesn't that imply he trained with the Farron Legions? So no, his Greatsword spell comes from the Logan Scroll. So that was kind of more of a profane capital spell. Oh, we have them all, I remembered. Soul Greatsword. So the Ephemeral Blade only exists as an extension of the caster. This one doesn't say that it comes from Logan Scroll, but it does. Because the Farron Flash Sword is much smaller, as well as the magic weapon. It's this one that he uses. I can't show it off though. When did she finish her quest? Is it after the Twin Princes? Yeah, I think so. Anyway. Where am I going? Answer. Okay. Eldegusta says, you wonder if normal mortals could absorb souls, or if only sorcerers and gods and the undead and like can inherently do that. I would almost think that it's more of like an undead thing, or like the gods or whatever. I don't think like normal people could. And Flashy, welcome back to the stream. It's nice to see you again. It's been a minute. And Justin says, it would have been cool to have a fan of knives as a skill tool or a ball and a chain for strength. Flails and chain weapons would be cool. Okay, so I'll just skip this cutscene. Finally, 2.5 hours later. It's all good. So we go this way to get to the Consumed King's Garden, and I think there's like another Estus flask or shard right nearby. This is closed for now. Then there's like a big bastard over there. We can hear the pus of men, I believe, way down there. And this guy you can kind of cheese. He's got the blue on, although his armor resembles a lot of the dudes that have been like killed, chilling over in this area. He's wielding like a bell. I mean, it's a hammer of some kind, I assume. This kind of looks like a bell. Oh damn, it survived 2 of those. Large Titanite shard. Okay. Alright, I didn't think that was it. So I think I need to roll out of this at some point. Oh yeah, this one's super slow. So here's our Estus shard. I think there's like a running jump I needed to make over here. Oh. Oh, another chunk. So we get another, those pus of men just chilling around. I don't remember if the swamp down here is poisonous. I'm going to assume so. Maybe it's toxic? Something like that. But, I do remember that, like, these things are super weak to fire, so that's why I went and bought, like, all these damn resins. Oh, it hit me. Bruh. There's Titanite shard. Oh, and I guess there's more grubs down here, like at the bottom. I probably should have killed that little guy first, and then I whiffed that. Did I just die? No, he killed the thing. Now I died. Okay. Need to play better. Minmax says, you honestly can't understand how people who go Purecaster find that playstyle fun. Yeah, for me it was always like, it was such a pain in the ass to start it that I never felt bothered to go with it. But I guess in like Dark Souls 2 and 3, it's probably the more accessible way to do that. I don't know. Bobo says, this night is so cool. The biggest hurdle in all of the Dark Souls universe, a ladder. And Minmax says it's Dark Souls after all, not an FPS. I mean, people are free to play the way that they want to. And part of me wonders like how the devs wanted people to play, since they did add like such like different skills. Bonk. Ow. The only thing about this night is just like it's so annoying with the camera on this damn what's it called? Bridge catwalk. Next says you can see the high wall armory from here where the knight is. Okay. And Phobos says it's weird there hasn't been a magic school dedicated to stuff like necromancy, curses, and spirits in all these games. I mean, there was kind of the stuff with Nito, but yeah, kind of not. I mean, I guess you don't really need to worry about necromancy too much when the undead are coming back to life anyway. Okay. So I'm not going to worry about the one passive man. Just, yeah, I think there's some items underneath there. I lied. I lied. Oh shit, I'm already low on HP. So, is it only the first fire hit that really recoils then? Maybe. So I think I just need to Zerg it. Passive men wear the true face of mankind. Justin says, did I already go New Game Plus? Did I collect all the coins? No. No, this is still New Game Regular, New Game Normal, New Game Zero. Oh, Minmax says, you hate how they're weak to fire, yet ignore fire damage half the time, just dagger damage. Okay, so it wasn't me, it was a little bit of the game. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. You haven't done Fractured World yet. Oh, you're probably talking to Mortis Volt. Okay. Phobos and Dark Souls 1, they had Necromancers in the Catacombs. Yeah, Pinwheel kind of counts, but, like, they don't really need to raise the dead so much, because the dead do a good job of it on their own. The damn camera here. Just unlock. What the hell? Those little explosions are interesting. I don't think I've ever really seen those. Oh, I forgot to lift it back up again. Okay. Because it goes so slow, I forget to do it. Minmax says, in Dark Souls, melee sees difficulty going up gradually, while for casters it depends. Sorcery takes a lot longer to get enough damage, that you kind of start out weaker, but the game becomes way easier. That makes sense. And then Justin says, hexes is literally necromancy when you have spells like that again. Yeah, you hate how they don't stagger half the time? Okay. It's also stated the way of white creates undead, so they are kind of doing necromancy. If I remember correctly, like, that quote is kind of weird. Oh, I guess I don't need to go back up and jump down. Like, I think that's, like, the way that you said it is kind of how the English implies it. Damn, I take a lot of damage here. Titanite shard. This dude's easier to deal with because got space. Oh. There we go. So I might just lob more grenades at the other ones. Whatever they're called in this game. Got our souls over there, which I think were 0 because I died twice. Which is bad of me. Not that there were very many. I think the grubs down here are also weak to fire. But it's been a while since I've been down here. And this is one of the areas I remember least. And so Tanner says there's a cooldown on the fire stagger. I figured there would be, since we got wrecked twice because of that. Boba says they're sort of like Force A. Yeah, I don't know if they do damage, and it probably doesn't help that I'm using no HUD for that. Justin says spellcasters pigeonhole you way too much since you most likely need to level attunement and your spell stat plus stamina and vigor because everyone needs that. Yeah, that's kind of why I never did this spell stuff, just because it seemed a little bit too tedious to level up, and like having to use attunement slots, that's just like, it always feels so bad when you waste a level on an attunement slot and you don't even like get in an attunement slot. But that's just how I feel. Day Warlord, welcome back. You said you play a pure intelligence build and it is slow starting off. You do a lot of kiting and running, but once you get to max intelligence, it becomes broken. You can kill most bosses almost instantly, but you're a glass cannon. Yeah, it sounds cool. I just never did the beginning portions to actually make it work. I should play that style sometime because I haven't done it in any of the games. I mean, you can kind of do it in Bloodborne, but it just, I don't know, it wasn't for me. And I did try a little bit of an arcane build. I don't think I finished off that playthrough, though. I thought there's another item. Got wrong. I think this is just regular poison, then. Nope, that is toxic. Oh, damn, I was really that low. Holy crap. Alright, so Justin says the pus of men have a cooldown before they get staggered again, but that's most enemies. Red says the Way of White creating the undead works in Dark Souls 1 as a standalone, but the other games, Dark Souls 2 especially, kind of threw the idea out entirely and chose to make it a much larger and more existential threat. I think, wasn't it like one of the paladin items in Dark Souls 1 that talks about that with the Way of White? Because I think the Japanese didn't read that way, but I don't remember if I actually looked at that item. What was it? Okay, so I guess it's possible to look at it as produced. So is the paladin armor, and so the official is like, long ago the Way of White produced its first undead, a paladin in golden armor. With the legendary treasures Grant and Sanctus, Leroy set out for Lordran, land of the gods, and the first undead mission of the Way of White. And so, the way that the Japanese has it is the first undead born into the Way of White, the School of White, and born, they use the same kanji for born as well as produced. So, I think in the Japanese, like, the way that it's used in this case is more like specifically born because it's umarata, where it's like to produce something is more like uji. So I do think it's more like he was symbolically born into the way of white, and I don't think that they were like actively producing the undead. That'd just be like my take on it. You might want to get somebody else's take on that as well. Okay. And that item again was the Paladin armor, or the Paladin set in Dark Souls 1. Okay, and then yeah, Red said, the evidence usually cited is that the Paladin set says that Leroy was the first undead that the Way of White produced. Yeah, okay. And Balder mentions the undead being spawned. Okay, I don't think I've looked at the Balder set, though. Yeah, produced and spawned can be kind of this, like the same word in Japanese. It's just one of those things that can end up being like a tough call when like translating from one language to the other. So, are these the same ones, the same pusses that we see in the Cathedral of the Deep? Or not? Well, we do see these in the Cathedral of the Deep, but also in Anor Londo before Aldrich. Oh, so these are like actual like slugs. Interesting. So they don't have what's it coming? Like the skulls and stuff, or not skulls, but like this bones and stuff sticking out of them. So I don't think those pus of men will like run at me this far away. I think I'm okay to deal with the little slugs. Oh, this theory is about to be put to the test. I think we're fine. Well, it didn't lock on. Damn, I'm already low. That's what I get. Okay. So maybe this area is supposed to be done after the Twin Princes? I don't really know where it's supposed to fit in. Maybe I just don't have enough health anymore. Or maybe I need to switch my armor against them. I don't know what to do. Probably dark damage, which would make sense why I'd probably die so quickly. Okay. Alright, I'll just play better. Or just run around and not kill every enemy, because I don't have to do it. There's kind of like that unspoken rule in like Lorethrough where you kill everything and do everything. Yeah, so Red says it's really awkward semantics crap, though, in your opinion. It doesn't really imply they were made to you. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel as well. But sometimes like that semantic stuff does become important when you're like trying to like argue these points with different people. Because it's kind of understandable that like people would make, I don't want to say like bad or like incorrect reads on things, but I mean, sometimes I don't have the best tact to know how to say it better. Yeah, because so like it's really easy for people to take things the wrong way, might be the way I want to say it. And so El Degusta says they didn't make undead, they meant they had undead members. Yeah, kinda. Up the stairs. I don't know, Cyrus' Swamp, it's in a Lance McDonald video, you think. So El Degusta says, you think that they meant they had a faithful who stayed loyal even after their wretched position. Okay. El Degusta says, you wonder if these pus of men are people with excess humanity like saintly people and cannibals. That's an interesting thing. Like, we do see, like, the people in the high wall, like, praying. So maybe there is a relation to, like, having excess piety or faith or, humanity. Oof, that was scary. Titanite shard. Let's YOLO run to the next one while we've still got the buff. Hopefully the night guy won't mess with us. It's okay. You're okay. The male's here, so the dog's about to go crazy a little bit, maybe. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Binoculars. Alright, so now my binoculars should be off. I wonder how many binocular deaths I've had this run. So Red says, as you saw above, you think if Dark Souls 1 didn't have any sequels, then the Way of White making undead would be a totally valid way of looking at it. Finally. And then... But Dark Souls 2 and 3 were like, lol, nah. And so, Eldegusta says, unconvincing reads maybe is a diplomatic way of putting it. Produce their first undead means more like there was a first Way of White undead. They're so loud. And Minmax says, at low levels, you just throw a firebomb and rush in and hit them a few times, then back off and repeat. Not fun. Yeah, that's what I'm probably going to have to do. But I mean, I would have been fine had I not had my binoculars out, although this is not fine so much. Yeah, I'm just not killing them quickly enough for the quick greatsword cheese of the Lorethrough. And so I don't want to play with HUD until the boss fight, then remove it, because I don't know. Mostly it's easier to get used to playing with it off and then just kind of knowing how much I need to heal as I go through the areas. So of course, like going into a new area, there's going to be like an adjustment period for the most part. Ugh. Sweet. Well, that thing just didn't even notice me. Okay. I'll make this one work. Alright, so now I think I'm getting the strat. Just hit them once or twice, back off until the cooldown on the fire goes away. Oh, so he's on regular ground. What I needed. I'm out of fire. So the large Titanite shard. Okay, and I'm probably low on HP. Yeah. If I remember correctly, like, that's the most annoying part to deal with the pus of men in this area. Like, the very beginning, if you're actually, like, trying to get everything. He totally sees me and just doesn't care. That's weird. Ooh, we finally got a real backstab off of the motionless opponent. Well, that felt vindicating. Alright. Red says, Vendrick didn't trust clerics at all, and he and his brother are the most knowledgeable about the curse in the series. You'd think he'd be like, those bastard clerics did this. He'd be like, those bastard clerics did this if they were behind it. Yeah, that's a pretty cool point as well. Alright. Nice throw, thank you. Do you think the Dark Soul painted world is truly free from the real world baggage? No, I don't think so. Because, like, I feel like maybe the analogy that I'd go with is, like, if the Earth is in the solar system, like, if the sun explodes, like, the Earth is still pretty much doomed. And so I think you could probably make that comparison to, what's it called? The painted world? Damn it. In these games. Ugh. Does this dude transform? That'd be really scary if he did. Like, I know he didn't earlier, but just a random thought. I don't remember if, like, killing these slugs is even worthwhile. Oh, it dies in one hit. No items. Okay. We got that shadow set. Human pine resin, that's sweet. It ties into all the things. Am I in the bad spot? I don't know. So, in about a few minutes, I will take a break for the bathroom. After we read all these new items that we just picked up. So we picked up the claw and then the shadow set, if I remember correctly. And weapons are all the way down here? Okay, that's weird. Weird. Oh, I guess this is classified as an actual hand weapon, not a shield. Alright, so... Eldegoose says, Vendrick didn't like sorcerers or pyromancers, he literally put them on a boat and sunk it. This is the claw. It's a weapon favored by intelligencers of an eastern land. The lacerations it inflicts do not mend easily. When two-handed, claws are equipped to each hand. And so... Okay, I was just a little bit freaked out by this smoke over there. Shadow Mask is a black cloth mask worn by spooks from an eastern land. Sacrifices defense for greater mobility. The late King Oceiros was obsessed by dragons, to the extent that he would later be known as the Consumed King. Countless assassins were sent to end his reign, but none returned. So it seems like the East was at war with Lothric to a certain extent, and so... I can equip this, can't I? How does this look? Oh, that looks pretty cool, actually. This set. Oh, we found a new headpiece. I don't even remember what I was wearing. The assassin hood. Has a little bit better dark defense. More poise. Okay. That'll be decent enough. So I'm pretty sure the other portion of the shadow set will stay the same. Where is it? Oh, shadow garb. Yeah, okay. Check out the pants. I do need that dark resist, though, for now. For the physical? I don't know. Alright, this isn't too bad, actually. Oh, the other set did have a bit of a charm to it, though. Damn it. Okay. We'll just deal. Red says that was the king of Olafis who did it. Last protag with the Adam Barker fashion. This spot. Oh, we're already over here. Okay. I don't think we can access this area quite yet. Might be misremembering. Oh, we can? Okay, okay. It was important to look at both sides of the Dark Souls elevator as you go up and down it. I think not yet. We get a bunch of... Okay, they're the thralls. I remember there's some random stuff up here that is a bit weird to me. So this area can kind of suck. The other dudes will come down. Another Titanite scale. That's sweet. Buffs himself. Yeah, I don't remember those guys very well off the top of my head. Oh, he buffed the thrall. Okay. There's one down there. What are these dudes? Are these like the scholars? I would pull out my binoculars, but I have a tendency to forget that I do it. Lied. I do remember. We see that they've got like the bell chimes. Failed backstab. Night chunk, sweet. I think I need one more. Alright, so this is the shortcut back to the little bridge that we first entered this area from. A nice little shortcut. And then I'll catch up a chat and then we'll take a quick bio break. Because the Nightbot's been keeping me hydrated. Alright, so I'll stop here and catch up. Eldegusta says, you like ninjas are seen as spies in Western eyes. And Brisson says, you think it's supposed to be when used at the Blood of the Dark Soul, the implication is that it won't have the same rot problem as the other paintings. Okay, so yeah, you think with the Blood of the Dark Soul, will the painting be permanent? I think as long as like the rest of the world doesn't die to the flame not being linked or whatever, I would assume like the painted world might live on. Although maybe with the Blood of the Dark Soul, the painted world could persist, even if the flyer wasn't linked again. I don't know. It's kind of interesting to think about. And Minmax says, you like the autumn leaves scattered about. And Bobo says, you like that the Dark Souls elevator is a thing, which we all understand. Yeah. What tricks are they going to play on us in Elden Ring? Eldegusto says, yeah, maybe Brisson, though they seem chill with the rot cycle. Some had the theory that the painted world is the Bloodborne-verse with the blood but no souls. Yeah, those kind of theories get a little bit old to me. I've heard them a lot, but there's really nothing linking them other than like people wanting them to be linked. And so Phobos says they're the same dudes that buff the knights, right? Yeah, they're the priests, yeah. El Degusto says, so we've had Slave Knight Undead having existed before the Curse of Undeath, right? So Gale and the Ring Knights are natural humanity? I don't know about that. And so I did see a weird description of like the Dragon Slayer armor in the DLC that says like it got defeated in Lothric and then ever since it's been waiting, but I guess I don't know. Maybe it just shows back up there. I was wondering like the timeline of how that worked because I think for a while I was thinking when you visit the Ring City it was kind of the past or like a representation of it, but it could also be the future. But we never see it in between like the drag heap state and I don't know how I want to phrase it's just a weird place to me to like figure out how it fit in the timeline. I'm sure like some people have got it figured out, but I don't have it yet. Phobo says, also, can you say that the bells are way cooler than talismans as miracle catalysts? Yeah, I think the bells are cool, especially like when you look at like some of their cultural associations. Red says, the slave knights aren't really ever stated to be from any specific era. A lot of people assume they're really old because Gale uses Way of White Corona, but the tale from the Way of White Corona is specifically about wishing for the Orioles from Dark Souls 1 to come back. Okay. El Degusta says, not linking the flame wouldn't necessarily explode the universe, must make it darker. And Ming Max says, you assume the Slave Knights came after the Ring Knights, but before the dragons were defeated. Okay, so I have caught up. I'll go ahead and take a quick 3-minute break or so. And so hopefully we'll Okay, and we're back. So, Venom says you wish you could play Dark Souls 3. Do you not have it on like PC or other consoles? And Red says they're probably Knights of the Sunless Realms in your opinion. And Minmax says, lore-wise, probably not, because assuming slave knights fought with the ring knights against the dragons, the undead curse would have affected both groups. So, yeah, I don't remember a lot about the ring knights and the slave knights, so that's kind of one thing that I do want to pay attention to when we get to the DLC. We got the dragon scale ring. Pretty cool stuff. So, Enrax says, but then again, maybe the undead curse only shows up when the flame is fading, so there is a contradiction there. Okay. And Eldegusta says, you wish your apartment was clean so you wouldn't feel embarrassed getting the internet guy and then being able to play Dark Souls online. Yeah, well, you said you'd have to get some time to do it, so maybe you'll have some time to clean before the internet dudes arrive. Red says, the undead curse is heavily implied to only appear when the fire fades, yeah. So, Elda says, maybe Gwyn had the Lordkin marry pygmies to suppress the Dark Soul, with the Ring City having the original pygmy race, always immortals but locked away from the rest of the world. And then Red says, mind you, you don't think people who became undead return to being normal humans when the flame is linked again. Yeah, that's something that I do wish that they expanded upon in pretty much any of their games. Like even in like Bloodborne, you don't know if the people who transformed in Yharnam revert to being human or if they essentially just die after the events of that game. It's pretty, what's the word? Unresolved in a lot of the games. So, especially with, like, Lordran being separate from the world of men, like, I would almost assume, like, the world of men, if it is, like, a kind of a separate dimension from Lordran, that, like, the dead only rise up again in Lordran, although it is a little bit weird with how it ties into, like, the Way of Light, so maybe for me, it's like the lost souls start to wander once everybody is dead in Lordran, and so maybe it's just supposed to be like a kind of separate dimension from the world of men entirely. And so the undead curse probably doesn't affect men until after they die. I don't know. Need to think about that more. El Degusta says to Red, but that's it from mortal records. The mortal historians didn't seem to know much about the early history of the world. And Venom says, it's too expensive and you're not sure your laptop could run it since it heats up a fair bit with Dark Souls 2 and Sekiro. Well, if you can play Sekiro, you should definitely be able to play Dark Souls 3. At least your spec should be able to handle it. I don't know how well it runs it, obviously, but... And Elda says, the Red Scholar, do you think they died after each linking or they just pile up after each cycle? You meant the mortal historians don't know about the Dragon War, really. Okay. Oh, I didn't read that. Keep doing that. So this is Ring of Oceiros, former king of Lothric. Reduces damage from backstabs. In his later years, Oceiros became fascinated with dragons. After going mad, he was more commonly known as the Consumed King. Many assassins were dispatched to his domain, but none returned. The Consumed King ascribed his resilience to the divine protection of the Dragon Scale. So it's interesting that he says he has the Dragon Scale. I guess it's from this ring, so it's presumably from the scales of an everlasting dragon. So that there might be some truth to what he says about that. I mean, like, there is the kind of actual effect on the ring itself. But I think you guys said it was either Ashen Hollow or Candidate who pointed out, like, when we do look at the pus of men, they do seem to be growing a kind of a scale, or a few scales, that do resemble those of the, what are they called? The everlasting dragons. So there might have been some truth to that. Ooh, maybe I'm starting to get the hang of these backstabs. Was that it for that shortcut? Yeah, I think so. The ring. Okay. And so this just kind of comes back to where we were from before. So this is the steps we're going to come up. So yeah, a pretty big circle, pretty cleared out for now. And then we see there's some more treasure over there. So let's go over there. Oh, baby. Titanite chunk. I feel like there was an invisible wall somewhere. Maybe that's where you go to fight Oceiros. Been a while. Minmax says, assassin sent after Oceiros. Oceiros has a ring that reduces backstab damage. Nice. Yeah. Yharnam is wiped out, yo. It's Dunyan rings, yo. Dunyan rings. I thought there were some other gankers other than the one that I just killed. Okay. We got that cool knight. Oh, 1, 2. That was the ganker I might have been thinking of. Or maybe it was down there. So I don't think we aggro the second guy by coming close. Oh man, my posture is terrible. Okay. Cameron says not here in the boss room. Okay, yeah, I knew there was one somewhere. Like I remember the one after, like the altar thing. I thought there's like another like secret path kind of over here. And also welcome back to the stream, Cameron, and thank you. Oh, why did I miss that? Oh, this dude doesn't even have a shield. My stamina feels weird. Oh, and we just got some more Estus randomly. Oh no. Oh, that would have killed me for sure. Yeah, I felt like there was another secret path. Maybe it was just where the ring was. Because this area is pretty small, but I just don't remember it as well as I thought I did. I thought I was going to walk under it. I got stuck on the wall. Okay, it's fine. It's like the last guy we need to fight, and we got the shortcut unlocked, so that really shouldn't be too big a deal. I was already low on the flasks anyway. That's just a little bit weird, though. Okay. Red says, sure, but that doesn't really mean that much in the context of the game, implying that the undead curse only spreads when the fire fades, with the war on the dragons and the slaves and stuff. So you're not seeing how that's relevant to what you said, but you have to go anyway, heading to the shop. All right, thank you once again for stepping in, Red, and I always appreciate you sharing your knowledge with us. So hope you have a good day and a good weekend. So yeah, see you later. The cathedral nights are scary. So Elta says, as in humans were undead by default, but they didn't remember. Okay, and Red doesn't disagree with that. I forget how weak these dudes are. So this area is much easier to come back from this way. And so the thralls drop down. I'm just looking around at the architecture. I should have sent up the elevator again. Keep forgetting to do that. It's a beginner moves right there. Okay. Cameron says, what are my thoughts on the Black Knights and the Dark Firelink Shrine? Hopefully we'll see them soon. Yeah, I don't really know what to make of those Black Knights. I think they're really cool that they're there. And I mean, that might just really be the extent of why they're there. But it could be because, like, the flame of that world has kind of gone out that they need to be there? I don't know. The Untended Graves is, you know, one of those areas that it exists, and that's pretty much all you can say about it. It's definitely cool, and probably one of my favorite areas in the entire franchise, even though, like, objectively it does kind of suck, but the way that it's handled. It's hard to understand for sure, yeah. Ooh, we got one. Okay, there we go. I don't know why I couldn't do that on the first, or the first run, but some more shards are always nice. I thought that was going to work because I was on the stairs, knowing my luck. Magic stone plate ring. Okay, so that was probably a scripted drop because of the way that it just came to us. And so next we'll... Maybe I want to save it here? I don't know. Oh yeah, duh, what am I thinking? It's a new boss. I'm going to save it. So I might summon somebody if they want to join me later. So what am I going to do? Do I want to enable the online stuff now? No, just because that stuff will appear in the thing. So yeah, I'll save it and maybe kill him maybe on the first try. I doubt it. It's been a really long time since I fought him. So I'm going to save Scum to get some footage to see if he says something at the beginning of the fight. Maybe there's the cutscene, and then if I do end up killing him a bit easier than I expect, we'll have ample time to get the footage for some of his moves. And otherwise I might just die a few times to show off some of his attacks, because remember, Oceiros isn't like super difficult, but I mean, I might be mistaken about that. He uses more like crystal magic, so maybe I want to switch away from the fire ring to the normal dragon crest ring. Phobos asks, who's my favorite character in this game? That's a good question. I'm probably gonna have to think about it. Like for bosses, I like the design of Aldrich, just like thematically. Maybe not so much like the fact that he's a blob monster, but the deep stuff is really cool to me. But for like NPCs, I'd probably have to think about it. I mean, Siegward is, you know, husbando material, or husbando tier. Alright, so I'll give Oceiros maybe like 2 to 3 tries, and then I'll let the furry friend out since she's bothering me now. You guys can't see it, unfortunately, but she's like hugging my leg. Like nuzzling it. So Phoba says, you think the different time periods idea they originally had with the game could have been really cool if they pulled it off? Like seeing places like Anor Londo and Splendor, then in Dilapidation, would have really hammered the point home. Yeah. Oh, you meant in like the entire series? You guys like Solaire the most? Siegbert is a Chad. You said you like Solera because he's just too awesome and supportive in the shitty world. Grey Rat is friend, Patches is Patches. You joke, but you gravely love Nito? Okay. As far as like some of the NPCs, I like Volter just because he's unhinged and he doesn't try to hide it. He's pretty cool. Yeah. I don't know who my actual like full-on favorite NPC is. So we hear Oceiros screaming, and oh yeah, equip a different shield, dummy. So yeah, the crest shield. Oh, it's better against dark. So I should have been wearing that the entire time when I was down here. So this crest shield is also the same that was on the backs of the knights in this area. Oops. Okay, I mean, it is just a knight's shield engraved with the crest. Okay. At least I think it looks like that. Maybe, I mean, I guess it's different, but whatever.
You ignorant slaves. Finally taken notice, have you? Of the power of my beloved Ocelot, child of dragons. Well, I will not give him up. For he is all that I have.
So yeah, Oceiros will like cradle Ocelot, or whatever you want to call it. Holy shit, 2 hits did that much damage. In the midst of this fight. And you'll hear like a baby crying, which is kind of emblematic that maybe there is a child in his hand, or maybe it's just, you know, censored for censorship reasons. Yeah, if I remember just...
Dear little Ocelot, where have you gone? Are you hiding from me? Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. You were born a child of dragons. What could you possibly fear? Now, show yourself, Ocelot. My dear little Ocelot.
So, I mean, maybe Ocelot's gone missing for real? It's kind of hard to get a real read on this dude, because, I mean, he could be insane. And we do know, like, in earlier builds, like, he actually was, like, cradling a child. I don't think he has a weapon on his tail, but for old time's sake, I want to hit it. And I wouldn't be surprised if that mist, like, does, what's it called? Curse damage? Curse status? Because it's like crystal-y type crap. I do remember this fight was kind of underwhelming, like just like sticking close to him with the shield. So yeah, you guys might have heard the baby right there. Oh, stepped on over it. And he does have a second phase.
slaves. How quickly you forget.
Right, I screwed up that dialogue there, but it's all good. Yeah, and Cameron says the cut content of this boss is really disturbing. Finally taken notice, have you? You miss Oscar? It's the one Oscar has? The doll is the best Dark Souls 3 character? Elder Gusta says, so why do we need to kill him besides he's a crazy naked eyeless dude who's attacking you? You do it essentially to go to the untended graves and do a secret ending. Asking why we need to kill anything in the Dark Souls game or like a Soulsborne game is kind of an exercise in morality that doesn't yield a lot of very nice answers. We could always just say because we're dicks, and I mean that's pretty much true. So we're just gonna run past everything this time. Yeah, and so we do hear the baby crying. Maybe I should turn up the sound effects a little bit, or like down the music, I don't know. Actually, that's probably a good idea for like the, what's it called? The HUDless stuff. Yeah, I'll turn off the music this run. And turn up the sound effects, or maybe just the voices? Yeah, let's just go with the voices. And if we don't hear anything at all during the fight, I'll turn that stuff down. Or turn it all back on or whatever. Turn it up. So he threw his invisible baby corpse at us. Potentially he just crushed us with his child. So yeah. The whole thing about him going mad and being blind ties a lot into like the things with Seath and turning into a dragon like that, because Seath was a blind, kind of like albino, spindly dragon. Just kind of exactly what this dude is. Oh, this is weird without sound effects. So try to actually hit him a bit. That hurt. That's like the amygdala move.
Dear little Ocelot, where have you gone? Are you hiding from me? Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. You were born a child of dragons. What could you possibly fear? Now, show yourself, Ocelot. My dear little Ocelot.
Shift.
Ocelot!
So yeah, now he uses two hands in his fight. Oof, forgot he has a charge now. And he becomes a lot more aggressive. But since he's blind, I mean, maybe that's why it's not so difficult to deal with him. But he's gonna charge right there.
Ignorant slaves. How quickly you forget.
Okay, so I'll turn on the music again, and maybe I'll turn down the sound effects just because his music's kind of cool. Yeah, Phobo says he crushes it under his hand. There was originally a model of it that crushed it and it would stick to his hand. And yep, check Lance McDonald's channel sometime if you want that footage. Yeah, Lance McDonald has done a lot of amazing work looking at some of the cut content of the games. Okay, let's just stick with this for now. Probably turn the voice back down, actually. I think I was at 5, or maybe it was at 6 earlier. Should be good enough. So, Mathota, welcome back. You said you didn't realize this guy was... Oh, wait, this is totally the wrong way. You said you didn't realize this guy was blind. Do you think he will read a Braille Divine Tome for us? Something like that. Yeah, he doesn't have, like, eye sockets. I mean, he has eye sockets, but there's, like, nothing in them anymore. So... bonk. That guy. Below me. Behind me. Oh, it jumped. That was weird. Cool, but weird. Bobo says the most perplexing thing about this boss is that it was supposedly going to be something completely different, but his cutscene was one of the first things put in the alpha. Interesting. Yeah, and so looking at his actual like visual design, he does kind of look like the gargoyles that we'll see later on, as well as the ones that we saw at like the Profane Capital, like the way that the wings are set onto him. But I don't know if they're like actually supposed to be related to him, or if they were more at a different point in the game. It's really kind of unfortunate just how little time they spent on like a lot of the bosses. Like Oceiros is kind of cool, but there's really very, very little here. Like he's kind of an afterthought. He's an optional boss. If you don't really come down to this area, you don't have a lot of items that like refer to him specifically. Like you get like some references to the king as opposed to the princes, but it's not a ton there.
Ah, dear little Ocelot, where have you gone? Are you hiding from me? Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. You were born ignorant slave.
Oh, I died. I got squished. So I guess I took a decent amount of damage from the little mist. Okay, that's all good though. So, Pete Coyle, welcome back to the stream. You said, easily the most unsettling boss in Dark Souls 3 for your money. Whoever created Oceiros at From was having a really bad day that day. Everything about his fight and lore just creeps you out. The Braille Moon Tome, Moonlight Spear, Moonlight Flash Ward, Tranquil Walk of Moonlight, Moonlight FP Regen, Moonlight Poise. Gabriel says, wasn't Champion Gundyr supposed to be in Oceiros Arena? Some pre-release screenshots show that. Yeah, a lot of the bosses got shuffled around. I don't remember if Gundyr was supposed to be here, but yeah. Elda says, you know what this game needs? Those urine crystal golems from Dark Souls 1. It was only the one, and that one had, what's her name? Siegelinda in it. Alright, so I will let the dog out once I go back towards the elevator. And then we'll take a quick BRB for that. Because she's been a good girl and waiting very, very patiently for me. Okay. So Mathota says, do you think there is actually any significance to all these blind characters and secret knowledge? Seat the Firekeeper, the emphasis of the Way of White places on the words of the blind. Yes, and so that's a really good question, and that'll take maybe a couple minutes to talk about, so I'll go AFK first, and then talk about that when we come back. So Thanks again for that. And remind me if I do forget when I step back. Okay, so with that said, I will be right back in hopefully just a few minutes here. Be right back. Alright, and we're mostly back. Okay, now we're good. So, this time I think I'll try to stand in the mist. I don't remember if he actually does like curse damage, but another death isn't gonna hurt. So, oh yeah, Mathoto's asking, do you think there's any significance to blind characters and secret knowledge? And so I think Red might have replied. He says, oh, get me off this wall. Alright, well that'll do it. Okay, that's what I get for trying not to look at chat while running around. Phobo says, yeah, Gundyr was here. The old king name is likely a reference to a character in Demon Souls that looks a lot like Gundyr, and then there's the whole pus stuff. So Red says that he thinks it ties into the overarching theme of darkness, filth, /death, and decay being found where enlightenment can be found. Pyromancers blind themselves to see the true essence of the fire. The dark-filled eyes of the Firekeeper reveal the return of the flames beyond the age of the dark, and so on. So yeah, that's a good reading on things. I would add to that and say, like, from my perspective, in a lot of Japanese media, there's kind of references. Well, I mean, this isn't really even just like related to Japanese media, but even like worldwide mythologies of the blind having a kind of a inner sight, which extends beyond like what's literally in front of them. So because they cannot see with their physical eyes to see the physical world, they're kind of more in tune with like a spiritual world or things along those lines. Like, obviously, at least with Dark Souls, like, being blind doesn't make you automatically attuned to the spiritual world, although I mean it sort of does with like Arena and like the Firekeepers. There is that kind of parallel, but with more like Japanese culture and like Greek culture, you have characters like Zatoichi, the swordsman, whose other senses get heightened as a result of being blinded, and so it's just kind of a very popular trope in a lot of ways, where like their handicap isn't really debilitating or a handicap for them, and it's a kind of like a source for strength. So, with that being said, you could say that when you have characters like Seath who go blind, and characters like Valter or Yamamura who look at impurity directly and then they go mad, the alternate take on that would be that, like with Oceiros, they're so consumed by what they're doing, they lose sight of the world and of themselves. So them being blinded is just kind of like another way to stress their madness. Okay, so that's just a straight up damage. Okay. That doesn't surprise me. That's kind of what I figured, since I was like taking damage instead of just like suddenly bursting into curse. So I think that was all I wanted to say about the blindness. It's just a really popular trope throughout human civilization, that the blind are amongst the wise, because they aren't deceived by what their eyes show them, so they're kind of more in tune with the truth. Which kind of ties back into what Red was talking about with pyromancers blinding themselves so that they could see the flame a bit better and all that. And so, El Degusto says, Seath was the character with the most foresight knowledge, if you remember correctly, but he was also literally eyeless and missed things right in front of him because of his blind spots, both literal and figurative, right? And originally, the Firekeepers all had a disfigurement in Dark Souls 1. By the time of 3, that simplified into them all being blind. Boba says, oh, now that you look at him closer, the knights look a lot like Gundyr as well. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of true. Although, I mean, like, it is kind of like explained in the lore that, like, it's an old set of armor that was given to him. And so, yeah. Elda says, in Dark Souls, light is also time, so the blind Firekeepers kind of have vision beyond the ages. That's another cool way to think of it, and I don't know exactly if I would agree with that, just because when we do give the Firekeeper, like, the dark eyes, which are said to be, like, the light of the Firekeepers that was lost, that's what literally gives her sight beyond the ages, but, I mean, overall, I think that's a cool metaphor that you thought of. And then Phobos is about to make a joke mentioning Zatoichi. Yeah. So Zatoichi was like hugely popular as like a samurai warrior kind of guy. And I think they even had like Yojimbo meets Zatoichi as like a movie for a little bit. It's a bit weird.
Dear little Ocelot, where have you gone? Are you hiding from me? Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. You were born a child of dragons. What could you possibly fear? Now, show yourself, Ocelot. My... Ocelot!
Whiffed. Oh, I guess I should have held it a bit longer. With that. I don't remember what he does here. Is that just the charge? Kinda. Okay, so yeah, that was that fight. I think that's all the footage I needed of it. Maybe I want to turn the sound back on and do it once. Whatever. I don't care. Turn that back up, maybe. So yeah, that was King Oceiros. And so I would love to go to the untended graves now, but honestly, I think I want to look at some of the items again before doing that. So I'll probably look at everything else before the untended graves, and then just start the next stream there, just to do a little bit some research to get refamiliarized before I talk about all that stuff. So yeah. We just got the soul of King Oceiros. I don't think there's anything too interesting in here for now. It looks like, I mean, there's the trees coming down. I guess you can see through this chapel. It kind of almost looks like a reused Church of the Good Chalice in Bloodborne. But they reuse this motif a lot as like a kind of church/cathedral kind of thing going on. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of a fun fight, but also just a little bit of a letdown, just because, like, if you stick close to him and just beat the crap out of him and just shield, there's really not much you can do. Oh, wow. Still have a lot of Estus left. Felt like I used a lot, but they really do give you a lot more Estus in this game, it seems like. The soul. So, yeah, he has a really cool looking soul, too. So, going back to the chat. Phobo says, is there any information given to the relationship between the Path of the Dragon and Oceiros? And Red says, he was at least studying it, given his proximity to the gesture and the Lothric flag in Archdragon Peak. So yeah, other than that, like, he doesn't seem to be on, like, the true Path of Dragons. Maybe, I don't know. He has a different kind of dragon transformation, and, like, he doesn't do the stuff with, like, Hawkwood, so it seems like an alternate path. Which is kind of interesting that, like, Logan doesn't end up like he does. Like, that would have been an amazing addition to Dark Souls 1 if, like, Logan's fight had him turn into a dragon just like Seath. Oh my god, that idea just sounds so cool now that I've thought about it. But yeah. El Degusta says, maybe Ocelot is hiding from Crazy Papa using the hybrid camouflage Priscilla had. So that's another possibility that, like, with Priscilla having her kind of invisible magic and a lot of, like, the invisible platforms around Seath, maybe there is some affinity between dragons and being able to turn invisible somewhat. But I don't know how much I want to believe that myself. And Red says, the pose he's in when you enter the fight is kind of similar to the Path of Dragon 2. Okay, that's cool. I'll probably have to look at that in the videos again. But I think I also got it a little bit on the binocular vision. Maybe not. And El Degusta says, Phobos, you think that Oceiros represents using knowledge or brute force to become a dragon, and it is twisted because of it, but the Path of the Dragon uses insight and self-mastery and detachment, and it works. And yeah, that kind of goes back into a lot of other things. So going back to the idea of blindness being related to madness and all that, so it's a really Buddhist kind of form of thought, but it comes up in Bloodborne a lot as well, that a lot of times it's really difficult to distinguish the acts of a fool from a quote-unquote wise man in Buddhism. And part of the reason for that is, like, fools are more in tune with themselves and the earth and their role in that capacity. So they, like, there's a certain amount of hubris that comes with being, like, the butt of a joke, or being okay with being the butt of a joke, and like, taking life lightly. Or with, I don't know, kind of accepting it the way that it is and just being able to still laugh at everything that comes along with it. And so, in a lot of ways, life in Buddhism is absurd. So being able to laugh at it kind of makes somebody look as though they're mad. So a wise person who's, like, truly detached and following the path of, like, enlightenment can appear similar to a fool in that regard. And if we compare that idea, like that trope, to a character like Yoda in Star Wars, when Luke first goes into the swamp and finds Yoda, he thinks Yoda's a madman, just this kind of, like, creature that is making fun of him and like making light of the world and everything. But Yoda is, like, one of the most enlightened beings in the entire galaxy, essentially. And so that just kind of plays into things. And so with Oceiros being blinded and driven mad in his search for knowledge, it kind of goes hand in hand of, like, being too obsessed about it. And so that obsession turns into a kind of figurative and literal blindness in his case, and gives him a path of enlightenment. I'm not enlightenment. I don't know. Like, it gives him a path and drive and focus to attain power, but it's misguided power and it's imperfect power, which is why he is the way that he is, and he's not like a true ascended dragon and detached and free of the world. But we'll also see more of that when we go do, like, Archdragon Peak and all that super cool stuff. So forgive that little bit of a monologue there. And so Red says, his whole description kind of implies he ended up worshipping Seath, which would explain his transformation irregardless of the Path of the Dragon ties. Yeah, so if you do believe that, like, somebody's faith can kind of transform them into something similar to the object of their faith, I think Red has a really strong point there, that if he was, like, so devoted to studying and worshipping, like, what Seath was working on, he ended up becoming like that himself. And that could also tie into, like, the angelic faith that we'll see later on. So I think that's a really strong point to bring up. And Red says, Mia says that Logan's thing was wanting to claim the power of the dragons while retaining his pride as a human, so that might be why he didn't transform. Yeah, I think you're right with that as well, but I'm just, like, thinking, like, as a player, like, fighting a second dragon after killing a dragon, that would have been super cool to me. Even if, like the lore doesn't work with it super well, just, like, that idea sounds super cool. And El Degusto says, yeah, Logan transforming would have been cooler than him becoming naked and incoherent. Like, it makes sense why he ended up the way he did as well. It's just, I don't know. Another NPC fight is just a little bit underwhelming. At least that fight was to me. I know I kind of, like, give Logan a bit of a hard time considering how much of a badass he is in the lore. And as Phobo says, fools disregard common sense and normal values. And that's kind of also true, like, of mendicants and people who are, like, truly devoted to their faith. They kind of reject the physical world because they've embraced the spiritual one. So they're kind of like two sides of a coin in some ways, but really hard to tell the difference at a glance sometimes. And Phobos says, so in a way, a fool is aware of a part of the two truth doctrines where the worldly knowledge only goes so far. Sometimes, I mean, sometimes they aren't even aware of it, and it's just like, because they're fools, they're in tune with the world in a way that others aren't. So there's like a kind of truth to their existence, even if it isn't like one that they're acknowledge or are aware of. And that's kind of like one of the differences between like the fool trope versus the wise man trope. And there's a lot of times where like to go play off the wise man trope, like fools will best the wise men because they are more in tune with like the world, and so they'll use like street smarts to get ahead, whereas like the wise men or the sages are too much in their heads, and they're too much into like their beliefs instead of like how those beliefs actually interact with reality. So I think like that kind of extends to where we see characters like Seath, Logan, and even Oceiros end up. And then El Degusto says, you think Logan would have been a dragon if he could? He wanted to be like Seath, hence why he shed his chaos/clothes. And Red says, when Oceiros slams his hand that appears to be cradling Ocelot into the ground during phase 2, there's a little burst or grayish energy and the player loses HP. Kinda implies Ocelot is in his hand in your opinion. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, you lose FP, not HP. Okay. And Gabriel says, you think Ocelot is just invisible. I think that's the most likely claim, and probably they made him invisible because of sensors, really, which is completely understandable because that would really mess up a lot of people, and it could even cause like a lot of people to relive some traumatic experiences depending on their pasts. So it's understandable why it wasn't as explicit as it could have been. I think it's the more tasteful option because they certainly do imply a lot with what they show. So yeah. Okay. This is the soul of consumed Oceiros. The soul of Oceiros, the consumed king, one of the twisted souls steeped in strength. Blah, 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 blah. Oceiros went mad trying to harness his royal blood for a greater purpose, leading him to the heretics of the Grand Archives, where he discovered the twisted worship of Seath the Pale Drake. So, yeah. Obviously, like, Pale Drake is I mean, maybe this isn't obvious, but like Seath the White, I think is what they called him in... Maybe they didn't have like a fixed name for him in the English, but like it's like Seath the White in Japanese, if I remember correctly. They call him like the White Dragon. So Pale Drake, I think, is a really cool portmanteau of that idea. So let's go back to the shrine, level up a bit, and get some new items to look at. El Degusto says, a fool is like a vessel for the universe without the artificiality of the mind. Like how coin tosses can channel divination. Kinda, maybe. And Phobos says, Solaire is a fool in a way. And Siegmeyer and Siegfried too. Kind of. It's like they're, I wouldn't say they're fools, they're just kind of like unintelligent isn't the right word either. Like it's a different kind of fool, more like the town drunk is what I kind of mean by like the fool. Like in many ways Patches is closer to the idea of the fool than like Solaire, because Patches doesn't go against, or Patches doesn't go with the norms of society. He can go against them when he chooses to. And that isn't to say like killing or like pillaging and robbing people is the good thing to do, but like it is something that like fools will do at times, and it can lead to wacky shenanigans. But yeah, okay.
Aha, that's all.
So we have the White Dragon Breath, the sorcery of the deluded, consumed King Oceiros. Emits crystal breath of Seath the Scaleless. Crystal breath has piercing qualities. Seath's research seemed to strike a chord with old Big Hat, who, in his mad, disrobed state, made divine work such as this his own. Oceiros was no doubt edified by this. If I remember correctly, Seath's breath actually did curse players back in the day, but Oceiros doesn't Oceiros' doesn't, and neither does Logan's. So that could show like a little bit more of a parallel between the disparity of like the humans who are affiliated with the dragons versus like actual dragons. And so now we get the super cool Moonlight Greatsword, which I can't wield. It's the legendary dragon weapon associated with Seath the Pale Drake. Charge strong attack to its limit to unleash Moonlight Wave. Oceiros, the Consumed King, was infatuated with the search for moonlight, but in the end, it never revealed itself to him. So this is kind of like a FromSoft mascot weapon. So it is cool that they do add some of the lore to it, but it is kind of an enigma in many ways. So we can associate moonlight with Seath, and if we take that idea strongly, like that might explain why, if Gwendolyn is related to Seath, why he could have like affiliations with the moonlight. But again, that's an idea that's kind of way out there, and you don't have to take other than just kind of something as food for thought. So skill is the Moonlight Vortex. Draw a sword back and thrust to unleash torrential moonlight. And we definitely don't have enough faith for that. Or is that intelligence? No, that's intelligence, because it's a book. Okay.
Ah. Oh, in fact. Now.
Is there anything else? Oh yeah, to level up. And then maybe talk to Grey Rat.
Welcome home, Asp. Very well, then taken.
Ooh, we can level up twice. Maybe I need to level up my HP again.
Farewell, Ashley.
Okay, that's what I needed for the 3. Okay, so I should be good with my endurance for now. Just wanted to get that 3rd swing in a row, as opposed to the 2. Okay, yeah, that'll be really good for me. And I think we're oh, we can upgrade the weapon again.
Just what needs.
Yeah, that scaling's really good.
Pretty be careful.
Alright, so he was pale Drake in English, Solaire was optimistic. Oh, you see that kind of fool? Okay. Pure or naive to some. So Gabriel said, is the idea of not taking life in yourself as something serious, just enjoying it? Yeah, kind of.
You know, I was thinking about leaving for another round of thieving. There must be something of use in Lothric Castle. I'm aware of the danger. That castle is a death trap. Not a single man has returned from the castle unscathed, even back in the day. But I don't want to sit around and die a petty rat. And I consider myself your friend.
So I think this is one of the few ones where I can't just refuse it. I do need to actually like send him. And he gives you a pretty big hint as to what's going to happen when you do send him.
Thank you for placing your trust in me. Don't you worry. I know Lothric like the back of my hand. Don't you worry. I know Lothric like the back of my...
So I don't think there's anything else I really needed. I mean, we've already got some Divine Blessings. I could go for the Twinkling Titanite. That's kind of nice, but... yeah, okay. 18,000? Oh, that's a decent amount more than I thought. Probably enough. No, whatever. We'll just go like this. I don't think I need more fire bombs at this point. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to worry about anything else.
Goodbye. I will leave for some time. So long for now. Do stay safe, you hear? Or my efforts will have been for naught. Oh, hello, and goodbye. I will leave for some time. So long for now. Do stay safe, you hear? Or my efforts will have been for naught.
Okay. So that's a good spot for that. I think that's pretty much all we need for here for now. And then next, we get the super cool area. The super unfinished area. Okay. So going back to the chat, Mathota said, is calling Seath a Drake actually a put-down, emphasizing that he wasn't a true dragon in the scales of immortality sense? That's a good question. I'm pretty sure like the Japanese just calls him like an actual dragon. So I think like, I mean, in English at this point, like calling something a drake or a dragon is almost synonymous. So I don't think like there's any harm meant by it, but that's an interesting question to bring up that I should look at again later. And so Red says his breath attack does, but his pestilent mist spell doesn't. Oh, so his breath does do curse, so I might want to actually like reload the save and then do that then. Okay. And then Phobo says, you think that's kind of a general theme in these games though? Like the idea of sort of going with it and choosing the easy way out like Patches would do is something that's often beneficial. It probably all goes back to Miyazaki expecting Demon Souls to completely fail so he could just do with whatever he wanted with it. Rip Grey Rat, yeah. Grey Rat avowed himself to you. Get out the sword of avowal. Oof. Grey Rat wears the thrall hat. Everybody gangsta until he parries everything and returns from Lothric Castle with Lothric's holy magic spells. Okay, guys. So yeah, that's going to be pretty much it for this stream. It's a little bit unfortunate we didn't get to do the Untended Graves this time, but I think it's also probably for the better because it'll give me hopefully more time to go back through those items and gather my thoughts about it. Because I've been a little bit busy trying to get this next video done. And as I said earlier, I should hopefully finish this video by tonight and get it uploaded. If not, most likely tomorrow morning. And so it'll probably go public on Sunday. So if you guys have the early access role, you should be able to see it most likely on Saturday. And so as always, we will begin the next playthrough session on 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday. So I hope you all will stay safe and be able to join me again when we go live. So have a good weekend. See you next time.